Recording in progress.
Mayor, it is 5:30. Are you ready to begin?
We are ready. And good evening. I'd like to call this evening's meeting, the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency to order for Monday, June 5th. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake.
Here. My mic's not working.
Thank you. We'll fix that. Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. And let's. And our first order of business this evening, our closed session, I'd like to invite City Attorney Eric Danley to introduce the topic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council will confer with real property negotiators under Government Code, Section 54956.8. The property is the city-owned fairgrounds property. Assessor's parcel numbers 007, 031, 004, and 007, 031, 005. The addresses are 175 Fairgrounds Drive and 866 East Washington. The agency's negotiator is Peggy Flynn, city manager. Negotiating parties are 4th District Agricultural Association. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment and other terms of use of portions of city-owned fairgrounds property for presentation of the Sonoma Marin Fair. And as a reminder, this type of closed session is for the city council to give direction to its negotiators. It is not for closed session discussions between the parties to the negotiations. Thank you.
And thank you. I'd like to invite Council Member Now.
And Mr. Mayor and City Attorney, I will be recusing since I am employed on the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on this item, we will have public comment, and the public is invited to make comments on this closed session matter. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. And I'll be asking the city clerk if we've received anything prior to meeting.
We did not, Mr. Mayor, on this item.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite our moderator to read our closed session instructions this evening.
Okay. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to the closed session items should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. And we have nobody with their hand raised.
Could you repeat that? Any hands?
No, there are no hands.
No hands and no cards. And I see we do have a member of the audience here. You're here for a different item, I believe?
I just confirmed it's for an item that's on the agenda for later this evening.
And you're willing to speak at that time or withdraw? Okay, thank you. Then lacking any public comment on this item, and then we will close public comment period, and we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. We will return, we will return at 6:30 or at the end of closed session, whichever comes later. Thank you.
Mayor, it is 6:32. Are you ready to begin regular session?
We are.
Perfect.
We good?
Mayor, the recording is going.
Thank you very much. Then let's begin tonight's meeting. And good evening and welcome and to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, June 5th. And if you wish to provide public comment on any item tonight, please fill out a speaker card in the back of the chamber and bring it to our city clerk. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Good evening, everybody. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o un teléfono, pulse en Más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. We are ready.
And thank you very much. May we
Thank
have
you,
a
sir.
roll call for the evening?
Council members Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson. Here. Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Hosake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. Let's stand for a pledge of allegiance. And a moment of silence. Thank you. Moving to tonight's agenda, we're looking at any changes and deletions to the current agenda. And if there are no objections, I'm going to suggest item 14, the resolution to approve proposed projects list, fiscal year 23-24, per requirements of Senate Bill 1 to obtain road maintenance and rehabilitation account funds, be moved to the consent calendar at the request of staff. Does that work for everyone? Good? Motion? Okay. No, we have this by acclaim, and so we'll add that to our consent calendar. And then move on to our next item of business, which is our report out of our closed session this evening. City Attorney Eric Danley, will you make our comments?
Be happy to, Mr. Mayor. There's no action to report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And tonight we have a proclamation, kind of fun, for the Women's Veterans Day, June 12th, coming up here. And I'd like to invite Tricia Allman, President of the Military Women Across the Nation, number 77, to the podium for us. And let me read how the text of the proclamation while our Vice Mayor presents the proclamation. Whereas June 12, 1948 marked the date that women were officially allowed to serve in regular and permanent members of the armed forces in the Navy, Army, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and the Air Force. And whereas women have always played a unique role in the United States military history, overcoming obstacles to find ways to serve. And whereas despite history's sparse documentation, women have always answered the call to protect and defend our freedoms from as far back as the Civil War. And whereas it took decades for the restrictions placed on their service capacity to change, but eventually women were able to participate in the armed forces during peacetime. And whereas by 1970, women's role in the military expanded, finally allowing them to command roles in non-combat units, and whereas it was not until 2013 that women achieved full status in the military when they were granted the right to serve in direct ground combat roles. And whereas currently there are approximately 145,000 women in the state of California who have served or are serving in the armed forces, and whereas we owe an inexpressible debt to our current and past servicewomen who have selflessly served so that we may live free, and their unquestioned loyalty and value will undoubtedly inspire future generations. Now, therefore, I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, with the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim June 12, 2023 as Women's Veterans Day. Thank you. Please feel free to say a few words.
Three sister veterans over the side covering as far back as the Cold War. So first off, thank you for the proclamation, Mayor McConnell and City Council members. Historically, women have served with honor and valor in wars and conflicts throughout America's history, performing many jobs. We've played roles in the Revolutionary War, serving as soldiers, raising morale, and spying on the enemy. More than 400 women fought in the Union and the Confederate armies during the Civil War. During World War I, women served as nurses, bilingual telephone operators, stenographers, and clerks. During World War II, hundreds of thousands of women served the war effort at home and abroad, performing jobs in intelligence, supply, medicine, communications, and administration. Women also flew American military planes as couriers, test pilots, transporters, and anti-aircraft artillery trainers. The contributions of these women convinced President Truman and congressional leaders to pass the June 12, 1948 Women's Armed Services Act, granting women status in the U.S. military. Opportunities for women have continued to increase during the Cold War era with the opening of the Reserve Officer Training Corps, Chaplain Corps, Civil Engineer Corps, and the service academies. By the 1990s, women commanded ships, directed bases, and flew jets for the U.S. military. In 1993, Congress repealed the Combat Exclusion Law. That same year, we had our first female Secretary of the Air Force and the first woman to lead a U.S. military branch of the Department of Defense. In 2008, we had our first military's first female four-star general. In 2010, the Navy announced submarine positions were opening to women for the first time. In 2013, the last restriction on women's service ended with the lifting of the ban on women in direct ground combat roles. In 2014, we had the first woman to attain the rank of admiral in the Navy's 238-year history. In 2015, 2 women were the first females to earn the prestigious Black and Gold Ranger tab of the U.S. Army. We all have a responsibility to provide service to our country regardless of race, color, creed, or gender. And we should all have the opportunity to wear the uniform and be a part of our nation's military. Women Veterans Day is a tribute to a groundbreaking day when women were acknowledged as essential to the war efforts and could serve in the regular armed forces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And moving to general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comment on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. And have we any early on the website comments from the public?
Yes, Mayor, we received 12 general public comments prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And I'd now like to ask our moderator to read our announcement of public comment.
At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. And Mayor, we actually have 6 attendees with their hands up.
What wonderful, thank you. And I have 3 right here in the chambers who wish to speak, and perhaps even a 4th. If one wishes to speak, one should turn in their card to the city clerk. I believe we said 6. And so if we have 5 here, that'll make tonight's timeline a 2-minute timeline for public comments. So I believe we'll be setting the clock here.
Mayor, may I interrupt for just a moment? And
You
just
may.
to let the audience know, just this is general public comment, so it's for items that are not on the agenda. If you're speaking on the workshop rent stabilization item, the time will come later on the agenda for those comments.
And so that brings our total tonight to 10 speakers. And so 10 speakers, 20 minutes, 2 minutes is still our number. And I'd like to invite Peter Cherneff. I'd like to take the in-chamber speakers first and then go to our Zoom audience. And our first speaker tonight is Peter Cherneff, and to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Well, thank you very much. It's a beautiful day. I'm in a great mood. What can I say? I said, I met Lieutenant Colonel Bo Greitz back in '92 when he was running for president, the guy who they made the Rambo movies about. And one of his things was, he said, the vet's got one more hill to take, and that's Capitol Hill. I've also had the pleasure of meeting Colonel Ann Wright, who is a veteran, of course, and also an activist. And I was very pleased to be able to meet these fine women warriors over here to my left. So I've read The Art of War and I've read The Art of Peace, and I believe The Art of Peace is superior, for it talks about to defeat an enemy requires knowledge, preparation, and compassion for the opponent. And as all veterans, military, and law enforcement have taken the oath of the Constitution, and knowing that the 13th Amendment has been flagrantly disregarded to the point where I believe they're trying to close us into a civil war in this country. And I believe most of these people were not put on this earth to be on their knees to lawyers and bankers. And the 13th Amendment says no one with a title of nobility may hold public office. Democrats and Republicans in D.C. are all bar lawyers. And so it seems that the power that we have is to know where the power is, and it is with the women. These are the most powerful women veterans in the world because they're in the most powerful state. And should they decide to take a lead and shut down the West Coast economy, for example, everybody would follow, and we would make the biggest statement in the world, and it would be appropriate because we are under a siege. We are under a quiet war. And I'm for the Veterans Victory Gardens at the Petaluma Fairgrounds, and I believe that all these things can be achieved. It's a beautiful day, and I share this with all my heart and soul because the promised land is my goal, and I believe it is for them and their children and grandchildren as well. So let's go ahead and shut down this corruption and start the gardens and walk into heaven from a place that's been
Thank you. Your
under the
time is
cracked
up.
Liberty Bell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Lori Schroeder.
My name's Catherine Rossi. I got a stalker that's been stalking my mobile home all day, all night. This his bagel, and right, everybody. I got him nighttime too doing it. Also, if I can find it here for you a second. Here it is. 24 hours a day, and also too, we got no street lights in that mobile park at all. And by California state law, it states an on-site manager has to be a U.S. legal citizen. I've heard rumors she's not a legal citizen, and by California state law, that is a violation by California state law. You have to be a legal U.S. citizen. This manager is breaking every single law in the book. Like I said, this park is not being maintained, and it should be maintained properly by a real manager. And I'm sending these pictures to an attorney, and the cops don't even want to respond. When I called, I said, hey, this stalker's at my place. I want him arrested. And they won't respond. They will not respond. I got the license plate, too. It's 9CHY 159. He's trespassing. There was a brand new one fence already put up. They damaged it already. And this stalker is from Space 11, stalking my place at 31. And they're friends to Space 12, Danny Gann, Space 12. Get an officer out here right now and arrest this guy at my place, stalking my place. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Schroeder, to be followed by John Hanania.
Hi, I got autism, so it's got to take me a little time for this. I'm going to back her up on Catherine's statement to that, because this is the guy that is trespassing on her right now. He needs to be arrested, and that car needs to get out of there, and so does their managers and everything else. Because they need to put a new manager in there. I can't even stay 2 nights with her now without her banging on the door and everything. On Priscilla Cruz, something like that. So this is the guy. Have the police arrest him and get him out of there. And secondly, I'm up against the Petaluma Transit. They're not changing their schedule since September 22. They still got the old schedules up for the Petaluma Transit. They're not posting at bus stops, and their electronic signs are not lit up to let people know. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hanania, and then we'll transfer over to the Zoom audience.
Greeting. This is going to sound like a broken record. Democracy, dictatorship, hypocrisy. About 2 years ago, I had a 4-way conversation, Peggy, Brian Cochran, Ken Savano, and myself. And I give Peggy a little rundown about the total double standard that's taking place in Petaluma by the staff. Not too long ago, I had the conversation with Ken Savano in the hallway. Hey, Ken, what's going on? Why is your parking lot is full of modified vehicles when you sign the community? Oh, I don't know. I'll have my supervisor look into it. Ken is very well aware that I get injection in my eyes once a month, but I'm not blind. Okay? So I decided to stop by last week. The parking lot is full. I sent him pictures of it. What do you think was his response? Oh, I'm not familiar with those vehicles. So that was last week. I decided to stop by again today. They're trying to hide him between 2 cars. If there's a modified vehicle, I can spot it from miles and miles away. I don't care about any modified vehicle for the staff or for the public. But what I care about, double standard. Dennis, how many times you and I talked about this in the last 2 years? Peggy, if your staff is not respecting what you're saying, what does it say about your leadership? I got the pictures. I just spoke with Jeff, and Jeff told me he addressed it in his department. So I don't care. If you're given 1 citation a year, 1 a year, that is not okay. But some of you don't care. Some of you don't even care. And that's the sad part. So if you're not going to address the issue,
Thanks, John. Your time
say
is up.
so. Thank you.
Thanks, John. And now we're going to move over to our Zoom audience for comments.
First up, we have Sheila B. Sheila, I will, you can unmute yourself and begin to talk.
Okay, Sheila Baker here. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to point out Eris Weaver's Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition excellent letter in the general public comment letter section. And in it, she praises and says that she really appreciates the support that the staff gave for D Street, and this is an important point here, that she says, okay, well, buffered or protected bicycle lanes are nicely done and would be preferred, but the staff recommendation was Class 2 lanes and parking on just one side is a significant improvement to the current configuration, and how important that D Street is as far as a link to the city, and that it's critical that it reflect a complete street design that considers not just residents, but all potential users. She says bicycles on D Street are currently meant to share a minimal bike lane with parked cars or ride in the vehicle travel lane. Designated bike lanes would be clearer and safer for bicycles. This is not only an important step in encouraging more bicycles to use a route. I just want to say too, also, she also recommends, the speed limit be 25 miles per hour on D Street. There was another letter that called D Street a truck route. It's not a truck route. It's a multi-use route. Everyone uses it. Trucks are just as responsible as anyone else for maintaining a safe environment when they travel that street. So anyway, thank you so much. Big appreciation to Eris Weaver for this excellent letter, and as always, her support for bicycling in Petaluma. Thank you so much.
And then the next speaker is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, I'm going to unmute you, and then you can begin speaking.
Good evening. Thank you. Our kids deserve to have safe and healthy sports fields to play on. They deserve to be able to go outside and connect with nature and play without respirating carcinogenic ground up tire fill or carcinogenic forever chemicals that are in the plastic grass blades of every artificial turf product out there. It is way past the time to switch from artificial installs, which is a repeat purchase model. They only last 8 to 10 years, and then you got to buy them again. At the third install, grass is clearly financially less expensive. That's just in financial terms. In terms of total costs, polluting the soil, polluting the waterways, the Farm Bureau shutting down agricultural wells due to forever chemical contamination. In terms of total cost, those types of things is a no-brainer. If we're renovating our house where our children live, and we need to put in insulation, and we find that there's asbestos insulation in the ceiling, but there's no insulation in the walls, would we really say, well, okay, asbestos, let's just put it in the walls too? No, you take out the bad stuff. The new asbestos is forever chemicals. We need to stop thinking in the box of narrow definition of immediate gains and put our children's health and future as the top priority in all of our decision making. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Peters. Ben, I am about to unmute you and then begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. This is in regards to the proposed battery projects over by the old Adobe. I did actually, at the last meeting, mention I was going to ride my bike over the old Adobe. I went ahead and did that, had the great history day over there, and wanted to follow up on some of the letters to the editor that myself as a Climate Action Commission member received regarding the battery storage project. And so I wanted to do a little more research. I couldn't find much information on the project. I checked with County PRMD. The only response I received was from Dan at the PRMD Fire Hub, who said that they have not reviewed the project yet, which is quite surprising to me. And so regardless of the merits of the project, I do think there are legitimate safety concerns, and I think it's in the community's best interest to work with the county and PRMD and the applicant to possibly hold another community meeting, or at the very least get more information about the project, the application, the timeline in front of the public. Because without information, rumors and innuendo are going to run wild. And so, again, this is not within the city's purview, but I do think we have an interest in having our community members understand more about the project, and in particular our fire response. And so I'm a little surprised PRMD had that response, and I encourage them to get more information into the public, possibly hold another public meeting on the topic, and have our community be able to have our concerns assured regarding this project. So again, this is regarding the first and then the second energy storage project over by.
Thanks, Ben. Your time was up. Our next speaker is Catherine Dodd. Catherine, I am about to unmute you, and then you can begin speaking.
Thank you for your time this evening, and I want to thank you for honoring our women veterans. I'm a registered nurse, and many of my colleagues are veterans, and they're often overlooked. I'm speaking tonight about plastic poisonous forever chemical grass, and I want to urge you to consider a moratorium until an analysis and report can be done on the life cycle assessment of the cost, not just the financial cost, but the environmental hazards and the health hazards, some of which were named earlier. PFAS is in every kind of plastic grass. It's an endocrine disruptor, a known carcinogen. It is known to cause renal disease. And as it degrades, it doesn't biodegrade. As it degrades, it creates microplastics, and the PFAS goes into what the dust that kids breathe. There are no recycling plants that accept plastic grass in the United States. There might be one in Denmark, but people are still researching that. Our assembly just passed legislation that will prohibit this manufacture and sale of any PFAS contaminated or any plastic grass that has PFAS in it. This is an emerging science, and we don't want to pave paradise with dangerous plastic. And Petaluma is a paradise, and you're charged with protecting our paradise and protecting those of us who live there. The EPA is just considering lowering the amount of PFAS that can be in our water. When it rains, the runoff from plastic grass goes directly into our runoff water and into our wetlands. It's a dangerous, dangerous forever chemical. Please don't act too soon. Look at the research, look at the science, look at what other cities are doing. Millbrae has put in a moratorium. We're asking the county to do the same. You can act now.
Thanks, Catherine. Your time is up. We have our second to last speaker, and then that person is Eric Allen. In one moment, Eric, you can unmute yourself and begin. You can begin, Eric.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I am here today asking you to introduce a resolution that would support animal cruelty whistleblowers. I have emailed resolutions passed by other cities to the city clerk and the mayor for your reference. In September of this year, 3 people will go on to trial, being prosecuted by the Sonoma County DA for nonviolently and peacefully exposing the harsh reality that lies a few miles away from where you are sitting right now. It took protests to expose the conditions at these factory farms, and whistleblowing animal cruelty should not be prosecuted using our tax dollars. History shows that it is activism that shapes a safer America. The suffrage movement, Montgomery bus boycott, Stonewall were all protests that gave us some of the most basic fundamental rights that we have today. Women's rights, civil rights, LGBT rights all came from having to break unjust laws. As Martin Luther King stated, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and those who expose injustices should not face prosecution for doing so. I'd love to see Petaluma on the right side of history, because animal rights is absolutely another social justice movement. Liberty for all and justice for animals. And may I recommend flight turf is a great solution for synthetic grass, and mowing lawns emits a lot of emissions that are bad for the air. So flight turf. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. And Mayor, we have our last speaker, and that is Christina Garfinkel. Christina, I'm going to unmute you, or give permission to talk. You can unmute and begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council of Petaluma. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christina Garfinkel, and I am a Sonoma County resident. I'm here today to comment on the trial that has been recently set for activists facing crime in Petaluma. The activists are being prosecuted for rescuing injured and dying animals, as well as peacefully protesting, and these actions should not be considered a crime. Exposing the truth, such as the horrific abuse that these animals were experiencing, should not be a crime. Animal abuse, however, is an enforceable crime in Petaluma and is unfortunately extremely prevalent in concentrated animal feeding operations, also known as factory farms. Activists have exhausted all channels to stop this illicit behavior. They contacted the police department, sheriff's department, and animal control, but to no avail. When these crimes are happening in our county and they are not being investigated or acted upon, it's often up to ordinary people to expose the brutality of these facilities. It is important that we not only allow for, but encourage transparency of our local animal agriculture. It is an industry that is so prevalent and a staple in most residents' daily lives, and one that all residents' tax dollars helps fund. Yet it is also an industry that is arcane and completely hidden from us. I'd like to see a resolution passed in Petaluma that protects whistleblowers from prosecution. Please follow the steps of Berkeley, San Francisco, and Sebastopol and take a stand against animal cruelty. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Christina. And Mayor, there are no more people with their hands raised.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment for the general comment for the evening. And now I'd like to bring it back to council and ask for council comments for the evening. And I'd like to start with council member now.
Thank you, Mayor. My compliments to Cool Petaluma, where our mayor was there with his electric car, is an educational community event that took place a few weeks ago. I was proud of my youngest son, who was educating the public on the importance of CPR. Our city staff was there to explain and give away many cost-saving and environmentally friendly devices for our community's homes and yards. Many departments showed off their EVs that are used within the city. Last week, I also participated in the capstone projects presented by seniors at Casa Grande High School. These young adults have been volunteering in our community as part of their graduation requirements, but they are also the generation that suffered during COVID. These young people have recovered and are ready to succeed into their adult world as high school graduates. I was thinking next year's seniors might not be the best candidates, or they should be considered the best candidates to serve on our youth commission as part of their capstone projects. Anyway, Memorial Day weekend, Petaluma had 65 plus boats visit in a cruise in Petaluma. I had the opportunity to meet many of the yacht owners as they came into Petaluma and hear how much they were looking forward to spending time in Petaluma and lots of money at our local stores, restaurants, and establishments. The Airport Commission met last week and they highlighted the improvements that are scheduled in the future at the airport, making it a destination airport. We're looking forward to the reopening of the Two-Niner Diner in midsummer, and the next display day of aircrafts at the airport is Saturday, June 17th, the day before Father's Day. I also attended a Petaluma Leghorn game with about 3 dozen Petalumans in Sonoma. Our hometown team won, and I recommend anyone to attend a baseball game, especially if they enjoy baseball. I'm excited to have our new ball field built on Washington Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pozeke.
Thank you, Mayor. I was especially excited 2.5 weeks ago to attend the opening of the new float house on the river. And I've had my first rental experience, and I recommend everyone seek out some experience on the river. Also attended that cool Petaluma Expo, and a lot going on on the continuum of care in terms of homeless funding recently, and some in the newspaper, and not all good. I would say that we did distribute over $6 million in state and local funds during that period of time, and for all the mistakes that were made in doing that, I'm happy to say, at least that in my opinion, that the result was not too different than the best it could be. Finally, the Youth Commission hasn't met since we last met, and I continue to explore possible reimaginings of the Youth Commission. I've attended lots of presentations on how to engage youth in local government and on the youth perspective on COVID and associated risk factors for mental health issues. And I hope to have more to say on that in the future. Thanks.
I do want to know that your work and the whole Continuum of Care's work has significantly impacted the homelessness situation in the county, and that's really good news. Appreciate all you're doing in that category. And Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, a little bit of a list. I was also at the Cool Cities Expo, which was a wonderful event. Lots of people showed up. Many folks were teaching about all sorts of ways of saving energy, taking action at the private homes. And I was even convinced to go and look for a possible heat pump. There are rebates out there for heat pumps and the like, for even local batteries through Sonoma Clean Power. And Daily Acts, I'll even sort of join in a gray water construction here in a week or two, that they're going to have a workshop, so I even learn about that. But there's lots of opportunities out there to even do a lot more. Also attended a presentation by Appalachian Petaluma, which was renamed now from the Weaver Hotel. And they just want to report that they have listened to the public that's concerned about the parking, about the actual structure of the building, especially the facade, the way it looks. And they are actively working on reinventing the building a little bit. Also with the Float House, having that opening, not only is it for individuals to go out and do rentals, but also for groups. They also have camps for kids. And so I even have my organization, I also work with Petaluma Wetlands Alliance. We're going to do a group tour with their guides and do a trade-off, teach them about ecology and birds. And they're going to, for the tour guides, the young folks are going to do the camps. And we're going to get to go out in the boats with them. So that's going to be a cool event. So that's another opportunity for folks to join in on. Also went to the mobile home park over at the cottages, but we're going to be talking about that in a little bit of a while. Also, newly elected to the Agriculture and Open Space Board, which had my first meeting up there, and there was 2 new items that they're working on. And one is a plan, rather than just going after and waiting for folks to come in, wanting to put their properties up for easements or for ownership. that are sensitive. They've actually now have enough experience. They're now going to go with a proactive plan, actually seek out properties of the most sensitive areas of the whole county here for ecological needs, and then look for going after the home landowners and seeing what they can do there. But this proactive approach is going to be a new process for them rather than just waiting. So that's a good thing. And then the next one is there's a new state and federal program for riparian easements. So instead of trying to buy entire properties or even get easements, high cost for the entire property, but there might be ways of doing riparian easements, working with the landowners and keeping the easements to just the riparian corridor so they could do maybe 2 to 3 more times easements on properties in the farmlands than they would if they had to work with the entire property. So that's another new program that they've started up. In the watershed meeting, I was not able to attend, but I reviewed some of the information provided, and there was a lot of information about sea level rise. San Rafael is in the deepest trouble of the whole Bay Area, and they're working on a project there with San Francisco Estuary Institute. And also there's the whole Delta region is concerned about sea level rise and the impact on the sediment for the entire area up there. But again, San Francisco Estuary Institute is helping out, doing a lot of studies of how sediment can really help be managed to work with the dike systems, the wetlands, to give it a little bit more space and time for when sea level rise is going to occur. And that's over short term. And so far, it's positive possibilities that we can compensate for some of the sea level rise as long as it's mild short term, but long term major rises, we are going to have to do a lot of work, and we need to start now. That's basically the message from there. And the other thing I did, Bill Dodd, our senator, invited several politicians and school boards to their meetings, and I was able to meet a lot of other schools and other city elected officials. And the takeaway message from there is every one of them had a really positive statement about Petaluma and what we're doing here, what we have here, and where we're going. So apparently we're getting a really good rapport and PR throughout the entire county for the work that we are doing here. So that's my report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
I have no updates.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Healy.
That's what I did last time. Just one thing, the executive committee of the North Bay Division of the League of Cities met last week. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson and I were in attendance on Zoom. And the main thing to report out is that our next quarterly meeting for all the council members in the North Bay Division will be Thursday, June 15th in American Canyon. It's a lunch meeting, and we'll be focusing on a development project there that's basically taking over a brownfield site. It's an old cement factory, and it's quite a few housing units, and they're quite excited about it. So it should be worth going. Thank you.
That does sound interesting. Yes, thank you. And Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you very much. On Memorial Day, I was able to speak on behalf of the city. It took a lot of time to really decide what direction you wanted to speak, but it was very rewarding, and I have not missed a Memorial Day in probably 20 years, honoring our veterans. And I think it's just really important, whether you agree or disagree, you still have to honor the veterans. And I did talk about John Cheney, a member in our community who at the end of the meeting we're going to close the meeting in his honor, and he left us about 4 weeks ago. And I was really sad because I was just getting ready to call him. John and I worked on flood control, and so it was a sad day that he wasn't there, and looking out and seeing all the other people that you've seen for all these years who are not with us anymore, including my father. And I want to talk about John Hanania and his comments. On this last, I think, Thursday or Friday, I met with a constituent, and she's up in arms about vehicles that don't have updated tabs. And so we met and we drove around and looked at vehicles just left on the street, people buying motorhomes and trailers and storing them on city streets. And then she showed me how to look for a tab that is not on a vehicle, and there's a lot of them. And also, we looked at the modified vehicles, and here we talk about wanting to have more and more bike lanes, and you have these trucks with these really wide tires, and really loud mufflers. And so, John, I thank you for bringing that up. As far as the battery storage, I also talked to members of that community, and I think the county is finally recognizing that people just want some answers. They want to feel comfortable that this is being built and that it's safe. And there's a lot that I don't know. Even though it's in the county, it still affects the city because our fire services would be needed, or services just in general. Anything else? I actually am working also with a group. Richard Penry was in the Army during Vietnam, and he came home with PTSD, and he passed away at a young age, and he has a record that we're trying to get removed, a police record. And what he did to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor, everybody should read it. It's pretty amazing. And I'm just pleased that I'm going to be working to try and clean his record up. And it's for his family, and it's just something we should be doing. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. And yes, we will be closing tonight's meeting in honor of John Cheney, a community activist, a community contributor, and I think that's warranted to do so for all his efforts. In my report, in addition to all the various meetings noted, I was able to represent Petaluma at the Asian American Pacific Islanders Coalition of the North Bay event, and quite a good event. Many groups from Petaluma, as well as all across the county, represented. In addition, I was invited to tour Living Unlimited on their farm day here in Petaluma. It's a home for individuals with disabilities, and they're doing amazing work creating housing and community for these individuals. And then I'd like to also thank staff for the Oak Hill Well presentation that was made to the public. The neighbors learned so much from these staff presentations, and it just shows the effort the city makes at keeping everyone aware of upcoming projects which impact us all. And that is my report, and I defer now to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council and community. Two announcements. One just occurred last Friday. I spent about a half a day with 30 of our partners, both in Age Friendly, our Senior Advisory Committee, our healthcare partners, and nonprofit partners to review the needs assessment that was done for our Age Friendly initiative. And we had just a really great day. A lot of my staff, I was joined by a lot of my staff there as well, to prioritize actions and create an action plan to be submitted to AARP, which will allow us to retain not only our age-friendly designation, but make Petaluma a more healthy and accessible community for all. So really want to thank everybody for that time. And then for 4th of July, we're excited to be hosting a public fireworks display at the fairgrounds this year. And this year's show will feature a high-altitude display visible throughout the city. We'll be sending out messaging throughout our citywide communication channels and on details on where and how best to enjoy the show. And as a reminder, personal fireworks remain prohibited, so please gather safely with friends and family and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving to our consent calendar. Does anyone on the council have a request to remove one of the items? Lacking that, I'd like to open the public comment period for this item. And have we had any items on the consent calendar to come to the city earlier than this meeting?
Mayor, we did not receive any public comments related to consent calendar items prior to the meeting.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'd like to invite our Zoom moderator to open.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to an item on the consent calendar should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone.
And do we have any hands?
No, we do not have any hands.
And I have no cards in the council chamber, and so we will close public comment on the consent calendar and bring it back to council.
motion?
And a motion is a good place to start, yes? Is that a motion by Cater Thompson? A second by Councilmember Now. I do, and Councilmember Healy, a comment?
So just to clarify, this is items,
Thank you.
it was 1 through 12 on the published agenda, plus item 14, which was moved on to the consent calendar. Is that the motion?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the second as well. Good. And I did want to comment that item 14 is that we've moved on for our grant funding things. I love seeing grant funding coming to the city. I even more love seeing construction contracts get awarded. So it's with great anticipation that I see this moving forward. Councilmember Shrib.
Just like to make a comment on item 12. And this is for the landscape assessment districts. I know the city has done a service. There's 50 landscape assessment districts that are owned by small little residential groups, and they're helped maintained by the city and worked on basically for free. And they've done a really good job over the years, but maybe not as good as it could be, but because of the issues, some issues. But if anybody is involved in a landscape assessment district, the city is going to be working on developing a better improved system for managing the LADs. And this is what the consent item on here is referencing that, the new work that may be proceeding on that. So that's good news, and I just want to support that and let folks know that that's in progress. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson.
Yes.
Healy,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Let's move to our workshop for the evening. Item 13, a workshop to receive stakeholder input and public comment for council deliberation and direction on potential amendments to Petaluma Municipal Code Chapter 6.5 entitled Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization Program. And as we begin this, there will be a public comment period, but I'd like to note that we observe a certain decorum in council chambers, so we neither cheer for, applaud, or boo dissenting opinions from our own. We allow everyone to speak with respect, and we don't voice aloud opinions like that. So if that occurs, you'll find me saying, "That's enough, that's not what we do," and I hope that's all clear to our audience. And so I will now invite the city attorney, Eric Danley, to present the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to give a brief introduction, and then the staff team, we're together going to share some slides regarding this item, which reflects one of the council's top 10 goals and priorities, namely revisiting the city's mobile home rent stabilization regulations and possible amendments to those, which we're here to address. We'll be talking about the existing regulations that have existed without change since 1994. We'll look at some changes in neighboring jurisdictions. We'll talk about the public outreach process that we've had and some of the input we've received from stakeholders, including mobile home park owners and also tenants. And we'll be ending up with walking through some potential amendments that the council may consider to receive the council's direction so that we can return with amendments that the council may wish to see. So my colleague in the city attorney's office, Dylan Brady, assistant city attorney, is going to go through the existing regulations. We're going to hear from Ingrid Alverde, who's the Open Government and Economic Development Director, to talk about the extensive outreach process that she led. And we'll also hear from Karen Shimizu, who's our housing manager, to talk about some of the services that are available to mobile home park tenants and others to assist them, some of whom participated in the outreach process or provided information as part of the outreach process. So, Dylan, would you mind starting with the rest of the slides, and we can go from there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Eric. We're also here via Zoom with Sarah Wolf, our housing specialist. So here is the 4 areas of topics for our agenda tonight, why we're here, what the current ordinance says, if there are any questions City Council may have on our current ordinance, and then Eric will provide some questions where we seek your direction for potential amendments to our rent stabilization ordinance. So back in May 2022, City Council published a top 10 goal and priorities. One of their top 10 goals was rental protections. That included the Just Cause Ordinance, which we just finished recently, and as well as strengthening our rent stabilization ordinance, which is Chapter 6.50 of our municipal code. Eric's right, this ordinance was enacted back in 1994. There have not been any recent amendments, and it's in need of it, some sprucing up. And I should say, too, before we begin, that this is the same presentation that we did for all of our stakeholder outreach meetings. So apologies to some people in the audience. I see will be hearing this the 3rd time. And then Santa Rosa Windsor, they've recently amended their ordinance. We have, over the last couple of months, received many, many petitions seeking this amendment. So that's why we're here today. And I believe Ingrid will help us with what outreach we've done.
Thank you, Dylan. Similar to many other policies that we've discussed over the last several years, our goal is to meet with stakeholders first, get a clear sense of the overarching issues that our stakeholders are experiencing, and take that to inform a broader community workshop / meeting where we can gather full community input that then we pull together and share with you in like today's workshop. So that's what we did in this effort in April. On April 27th, we met with several tenants representing most of the city's business parks. They walked us through some of the overarching issues they're experiencing either themselves or what they've seen tenants experience. We also then had a dedicated meeting with park owners. That meeting was held on May 4th. I think we heard from owners from each of the business parks in Petaluma, discussed a variety of policy options, some concerns the park owners have, and we use that as a way to sort of gauge what the park owners were seeing as some of the opportunities and constraints. And then again, as I mentioned, we held a large community meeting last week, a week and a half ago. I think there were probably over 100 people in attendance. I think we had 50 people online. We made special effort to hold a hybrid meeting, which was a special request of the stakeholder group of tenants we met with, given that many of the mobile home renters are either uncomfortable with technology and we'd be more comfortable in person, or possibly not as physically able to come in person and we'd be more comfortable online. So we were able to accommodate that. And again, we had a large attendance from our stakeholder groups, many of whom are here today. And we look forward to, I think the last phase of our outreach would entail taking sort of what the council determines to be the most ideal ordinance and then sharing that with the renters. We found that many of the renters aren't aware of what the rules are. And so a key part of outreach and engagement moving forward will be making sure that we have an outreach campaign that whatever we decide to do will be clear to tenants so that they have an opportunity to make good decisions for themselves. And so that was another thing we learned, is that that continued outreach is going to be an important aspect of our project. Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you there, Ingrid. So our mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, it is authorized by the mobile home residency law that allows local jurisdictions to enact rent control ordinances for mobile homes. There are about 120 or so jurisdictions in California, and we're one of them that has similar ordinances. Our ordinance has about 5 broad topics, and we'll go into detail about those. They are our annual rent. That is the amount that a park owner is able to increase the rent for their tenants every year. Fair rate of return, that is the park owner's constitutional ability to make a fair rate of return on their investment and be able to charge a fair price. The arbitration process is their mechanism if they don't believe our annual rent is enough to make that fair rate of return. They seek arbitration. There is also vacancy control. That is when we have, as our ordinance defines, a lawful vacancy space, what the park owner is able to charge a new tenant for that space, and then there's some noticing requirements throughout our ordinance. So our ordinance, we define them as affected tenants, and these are who our ordinance protects. So they are mobile homes that have month-to-month leases or leases that are shorter than 12 months. That 12 months is an exemption in the mobile home residency law. And it's actually, there's a new assembly bill that was enacted a few years ago that is getting rid of that exemption. So come 2025, all long-term leases will be protected under cities and counties that have these rent control ordinances. Our ordinance does not protect recreational vehicles, but it does protect commercial coaches that have resided there over 9 months. So the annual rent increases, I said, that is under our ordinance, the park owner's ability to increase the rent for their tenants each year. So you have a base rent, that is the rent at the start of the tenancy, and then they're able to increase that every 12 months by either 100% of what the CPI is or 6% of that previous year, or whichever is lower. So that is the annual rent cap. We heard quite a few public comments during these stakeholder meetings about that, and this is one of the directions that we seek your recommendations on. Like I said, the rent can only be increased once every 12 months, and it needs 90 days notices before that rent takes effect. So to help with your decision, we took a look at what other neighboring jurisdictions have for their annual rent cap, and it does include Santa Rosa and Windsor's, which was recently amended back in December. So here are the slides. These slides are also posted online, and I think when Eric seeks your direction, we will have this for council to take a look at. So it is either the percentage of the previous base rent or the CPI. And here is what the CPIs have been the past 21 years. So that is also here to help council. And we also do have, I don't believe it's a slide, but I can provide, you see like Santa Rosa and Windsor, they have 75%, 70% of the CPI. We calculated today what the 75% of these previous CPIs are, if that helps council as well. So for the park owners that don't feel that the annual rent cap is enough to make a fair rate of return on their investment, there's an arbitration process to increase that rent. And there's 2 ways to get to an arbitrator. The first way is an arbitration automatically occurs if the park owner seeks to increase the rent by more than 300% of the CPI. The other way, and this requires special notice, but if the park owner increases the rent less than the 300% CPI, which would be automatic, but more than the 6% of the previous base rent or the 100% of the CPI, it would require 51% of those tenants that have that rent increase to file a petition with the city clerk within 21 days of that rent increase notice. There are some special noticing requirements. They need to know who the tenants are that have that rent increase, where they are located, names, so they can get the signatures, as well as their ability to file that petition with the city. So then you have the arbitration hearing. The arbitrator is a neutral third party. Typically, they have experience either in financial records and reading them, deciphering them, past judges or attorneys. They are, for all intents and purposes, the judges. They hear evidence from both the park owners and the tenants to determine if the rent increase is reasonable. And the burden of proof is on the park owners by preponderance of evidence to show that this rent increase is reasonable. So the arbitrator hears all the evidence and then makes a decision. That arbitrator is basing their decision on these non-exhaustive list of factors to consider. So it's quite a bit, really, any admissible evidence that the arbitrator thinks is relevant for determining whether or not that rate of increase is reasonable, they're able to hear and help with their decision. So that is the arbitration process. The other issue that we heard quite a bit of concern about in potential amendments is what we call vacancy control. And it is the park owner's ability to charge a new base rent if that space is lawfully vacated. Under our current ordinance, we define lawful space vacancy as either the park tenant removing their mobile home from the space, or if they terminate, the tenancy is terminated under the civil code. This is kind of similar to the previous just causes that we have done. So if there is a lawful space vacancy under our ordinance, the park owner is able to charge a new base rent. And whatever that base rent is, here are what the other neighboring jurisdictions have for their vacancy control comparison. And again, these slides will be available when Eric seeks your direction. And then there is some noticing requirements throughout the ordinance. This is for tenants to be, our current ordinance requires them to have the notice that they might not, or that they don't have to be subject to long-term leases, and that they can be protected under our rent stabilization ordinance under month-to-month leases. Begin with AB 2782. There might not be a need for this ordinance or provision. And then there are some other provisions that we just like to let council and the public be aware of. Our ordinance prohibits agreements where those tenants waive their rights under our ordinance. Those are null and void. Our ordinance also prohibits retaliation against tenants for exercising their rights under the ordinance. And our remedies are cumulative with other rights and remedies that the park owners or tenants may have at law. Other provisions, there is a special provision that says if any park owner or tenant are confused or have questions under the ordinance, they can call Karen, and Karen will be able to answer questions. And Karen, do you want to talk about the resources available?
Yes, thank you, Dylan. So in regard to our resources, we're very fortunate. We have several that are available to us. We actually have 3 organizations that are located right here in the city available for our clients. But over the last 3 months or so, staff has responded to several phone calls, emails from stakeholders, which include tenants, park owners, as well as community members, asking about resources as well as questions about the current ordinance. And within that, these resources that we have listed up there, we've referred people to these agencies. The resources available are rental assistance, food or medical assistance, legal services, as well as structural health and safety improvements. And it's great that we have those resources located right here in the city available for our residents.
Thank you, Karen. And then staff thought it would probably be the easiest for facilitating if we heard questions from council about our current ordinance, and then Eric could seek your direction. And we also want to highlight this email address, mobilehomes@cityofpetaluma.org, all one word. It's been up for over a month or so. We've been able to take public comments from it and help answer any questions that the public may have on our ordinance or this whole amendment process. So we are here to answer any questions the council may have. Thanks.
Thank you. That's the presentation, and I'd like to bring it up to council for questions. And start with Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So Dylan, is there going to be a further PowerPoint with respect to the options, or should I reserve some of those questions for later? Or?
Yeah, that'd probably be best. We'll have 6 or 7 slides where we seek your direction with those specific amendments.
Okay, so you just want questions about the existing ordinance structure?
I think that would be best, but it's up to the
Okay,
mayor.
I'll
Yeah.
save mine for the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pozike?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, Dylan. Does anyone have a number for the number of arbitrations that have occurred in the last 30 years since we did this?
Eric, Karen? I think 2.
2?
Yeah, and one was recently the Youngstown one that occurred last year.
So that's only the second one.
Mhm.
Okay. And the second question is, the way the current ordinance is structured, someone can, with a legal vacancy, the rent could be increased any level. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, up to the whatever the market value of the current spot is.
Can the mobile home tenants organization, or or whatever it might be called, can they file for arbitration of that increase in rent?
I don't believe so, because under our ordinance, the park owners are able to increase to any number that the park owners want.
Okay, just
Yeah.
wasn't sure of that. That's all I have.
Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, just for some clarity, I think there was a lot of good information that was put on the webpage within this packet. There were several letters, so it's all worth reading all of that material. So I still have a couple questions that did come up. There was a mention of coach versus RV, and is there a definition what a coach is?
Yes, it is defined in our code, and I believe it is specifically what the civil code defines. RVs or coaches. There's quite a few different types of vehicles that all have special definitions and names.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
And I can find
there's-
out what those are if you
Yeah,
so desire.
it's probably a self-contained bus vehicle of some sort, okay. Then on the, and there was a question of banking, whether or not currently under current ordinance or the future possible, to include the banking possibility, so that if there wasn't a rent increase for 1 or 2 years, that there could be a rent increase maybe for combining all 3 years together. Is that currently within our, I wasn't quite clear if that was currently in our ordinances now, not allowing banking, or if that needs to be part of the, what we're talking about.
I don't believe you are able to bank under our current ordinance, just because it allows only the annual cap of 6% or 100% of the CPI once every 12% or every 12 months. But as a potential amendment, we might recommend to council where it makes it explicitly clear that there are no banking.
Right, because when it says CPI, but it says CPI per year, I did not see that anywhere. That was for that year and only that year, or the prior year, how that was defined, whether CPI could be accumulated or not. I didn't see the definitions like that, so that's something to be thinking about within as our statements. And then one of the concerns of one of the letters had was trying to argue the case about leasing, whether leasing was included or not included, and if folks that were leasing in the future, if that was an option that coming up, and even under that option, whether or not the ordinances that applied, if there was rent stabilization there, would it still apply if the folks opted to do a lease? So I wasn't quite clear in that case, because the state law versus local, I was a little confused.
Sure, and I can answer that one, or Eric, if you want to take a stab at it.
Why don't you start, Dylan, and I can add whatever we need to. Thanks.
Sure. So as a charter city, we are able to conflict with state law in regards to municipal affairs. I believe, and we could do more research on this, that the mobile home residency law would preempt the city's ability, even as a charter city, to have conflicting provisions within our ordinance that conflict with the state law. So I think it would be our legal's recommendation to not conflict with the state law at all. Do you have anything? Yeah.
Sure, I can talk about our reading of AB 2782, which provides a few things. One is that that effective, let's see, it eliminates the exception for longer-term leases for leases entered beginning February 13, 2020. So as of that point in time, leases with terms longer than 12 months are no longer excluded from local rent control regulations like ours. And it further provides that effective January 1, 2025, any exemptions from local mobile home rent regulations will expire. So even longer term leases entered prior to February 13, 2020 at that time would no longer be exempt from local control. So if that, hopefully that's helpful to your responsive, but if not, I'll keep trying.
Right, it's whether the exemptions the cities can exempt or not. But what it comes down to is down the line here for new homeowners coming in, can they still do leases, or leases are completely out? The state is saying no more leases, period.
Oh, no, they can do leases, that they just won't be exempt from local rent control regulations.
Okay, currently, okay, thank you.
Sure.
And thank you, Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I have a quick question for Dylan. Can you explain the difference between the transfer and vacancy control?
Yeah, I think that is a little misconception here. So as I understand it, Windsor, we saw on the slide, they have no vacancy control except for the in-place transfers, and that's 15%, the cap is. So think of it like this. If there is a vacant spot in one of the Windsor Park, if you have somebody coming outside of the park, Windsor's able to charge any number they want for that new base rent. But if a tenant in that park wants to move to that now vacant space, the Windsor cap would be 15%. So I believe that's where the in-place transfer fee versus the vacancy fee is. There's some confusion there. So under our ordinance, we don't have vacancy control even for those in-place transfers. So that's something I think we will seek your direction on, is whether or not City Council wants to entertain and have some sort of vacancy cap, and whether or not we want to distinguish that between the in-place transfers. And I don't believe we have any data or records about how many in-place transfers there are from one tenant to another tenant in the same park. Does that answer your question, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it does. So if somebody sells 1 year and it sells a second time, how would that be addressed? So they're not getting double increases?
Yes. So our ordinance does define what a lawful vacancy space is. It's either a mobile home park moves away from their space, or if there's a termination of that rent, and those terminations need to be similar to just causes: failure to pay rent, not complying with the state law, the mobile home laws, our city ordinance. So I think just selling the unit to a new unit would probably not be considered a lawful vacant space under our ordinance, and they wouldn't be able to charge a new rent. It would have to be that same annual rent cap of 6% or 100% of the CPI.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And probably just a little bit of clarification here too. The 300% that arises in there. Is there any background on that? Is that what can we say about how we arrived at 300% back then?
I don't know, Eric. Do you?
I do not have specific background. I think it was intended to be a pretty high automatic trigger. These regulations long predate my service to the city and my legal career too. So they've been on the books for a while. So we don't have a lot of detail, but just structurally, I think that was the intent.
And then the arbitration clauses, I'm assuming it makes the liability for arbitration costs on each of the parties themselves?
So the cost of the program is borne by the city. So the administration that the Sonoma County Community Development Department provides selection of and assignment of arbitrators, and the cost of the arbitration is funded from the program and defrayed in part by the administrative fees, which are paid by parks, and 50% of them can be passed on to tenants. And we have the balances that we can roll forward from year to year that can help cover those costs. However, the parties to the arbitration, their costs of legal counsel, their cost in, repairing, filing papers, hiring experts, those are borne by the parties, so park owners and tenants. Or, as is sometimes the case, nonprofit organizations that represent tenants that are either multiple tenants or single tenants in an arbitration proceeding.
Thank you. And I realize that the number of arbitrations is quite small, but is our experience with not having it as an internal service, is it satisfactory? Or do we need an outside service on this, or should we have this capacity in-house?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the structure was created the way it was to limit the administrative burden on staff from a time when staff was smaller and city revenues were too. Also note that the city is not a party. It's to the arbitrations, the city provides the framework for tenants and park owners. And it wasn't always the case. There have been times when there have been more frequent arbitrations prior to my being city attorney, for example. It would, I think, warrant some review as to whether there was consideration about adding what has been, I think, from the beginning, a contract for service to the work that the now slightly increased in size housing department that's doing a lot of programs that I couldn't begin to enumerate, but Karen could to add additional work to them by additional administrative work for this program.
I think your tenure is an adequate sample size of what the experience is, so I'm good with that answer. And with that, I'd like to move to a public comment on this. There's no further questions on the council level.
Mr. Mayor?
So, Mr. Mayor, one question I had sort of procedurally, and maybe this is what Councilmember Healy was going to raise. I wasn't sure if you wanted us to maybe go through the questions about which we're seeking direction to identify what those are kind of quickly, not in depth.
I think that's a real good
public
plan.
comment, and that way, and also council questions
Yeah, I was
first.
going to suggest that we complete the staff presentation and council questions first.
Thank you. And then our thought was we would circle back through the same slides, but take more time and have whatever full
Great
discussion
plan.
the council
Let's do
wants to have. Okay, so let's go through these then. So we'll cover these slides, and also I'll talk a little bit about some of the stakeholder discussion that we had. So one of the things about which we're here to seek council direction is whether it wants to revisit and amend the existing rent control caps, which, like our neighboring jurisdictions, are structured in terms of percentage cap in comparison with the existing rent, or allocation of the change in the consumer price index, whichever's less. And I'm going to add a little bit of context from the stakeholder meetings. So you saw what our percentage is in relation to the neighboring jurisdictions resulting from their amendments. We heard, I don't think what we heard from both the tenants and the park owners will be surprising to you. Tenants are concerned that we heard a desire to adjust the caps to be more in keeping with the neighboring jurisdictions, and the importance of that to keep rents affordable in view of substantial CPI increases of late. Park owners advocated for keeping the current cap as it is, and we've received correspondence to that effect too, just today. And they note that as Dylan mentioned in his discussion and slides that he shared, that the CPI rate has been rather low over the past 20 years. I think average is what, Dylan, about 2.6% or something that we calculated?
2.73, I think.
Thank
We
you.
did the math, but yeah.
And so one of the park owners, and we received correspondence arguing that we misunderstood this, but our understanding of what was presented was that one of the park owners was recommending a policy under which if the CPI increased above a specified percentage, qualified tenants could defer paying the increase above the percentage until they sell their home, and then upon sale, the seller would pay the park owner the deferred increase, presumably from the sale proceeds. And our understanding of that proposal was that it be implemented by a memorandum of understanding with the tenant and the park owner. We're not aware of that model being in use elsewhere, and would have potential concerns about private agreements being used for local mobile home rent control, because obviously the city would not have direct control over those. So that's that issue. The vacancy control. Sorry, just let me make a switch here.
Yeah, next slide, Kendall.
Yeah, could you do the next slide, please? Thanks. So Dylan introduced that issue too, and you see how we don't have a vacancy cap in Petaluma, and Santa Rosa has one at 10%. Cloverdale and Ukiah also. So there's the variations. So we're going to be seeking direction from the council on that issue. Next slide, please, Dylan. So then there's procedural requirements in the ordinance about which we're going to request some council direction for features that we could include that would provide some clarification or clarity in the regulations. One is so one is in the category of notice that would require park owners to forward arbitration petitions to some of the service providers we listed, so they're prepared to provide assistance regarding those proceedings. We could look at the party who has the obligation to bring forward the petition. In our current regulations, as you saw in the automatic arbitrations, it's the park owners, but in the ones that are above the permitted cap but below the automatic arbitration, those need to be brought by the tenants, and there's been some difficulty, I think, with some of those logistics to address their concerns about those proposed increases above the current caps. It would be another possible option is to add a meet and confer requirement to see if parties can reach a resolution short of arbitration. We've also seen concerns about when arbitrations are brought during December, some of the difficulties that creates, especially for tenants. So one possible consideration would be to not permit those in December except for on a showing of good cause as determined by the arbitrator. Another feature could be permitting consolidation of arbitrations because it's sometimes difficult without coordination among tenants for them to be involved in separate proceedings at the same time. Another item of clarification that could be brought in the regulations would be making clear that that rent increases can't be proposed in excess of those proposed while arbitration proceedings are pending. Next slide, please, Dylan. Thank you. So regarding the fair rate of return, and again, I'm purposely going through a little quickly here, and we can flesh out the discussion when we come back after council comment and public comment. So as you saw, there's a broad range of factors that the arbitrators can consider and park owners can raise regarding the fair rate of return they're entitled to have on their investment. It was even suggested in the last arbitration ruling that it could be helpful in the regulations to make clearer what the extent to which those factors need to provide benefits to the tenants, such as debt costs, whether those can be flowed through to tenants in any case, or have to provide benefits in the way of amenities to the tenants. There's also the issue of whether costs of seeking increases can be passed on to tenants. The ability to do that operates a little bit in the nature of an attorney's fees provision in agreement, so that's a potential consideration. Next slide, please, Dylan. Thanks. And I'm probably talking too fast, so I need to slow down like I usually do. So other possible features in terms of administrative requirements, one would be adding a requirement obligating park owners to make available the city's regulations. Also, the existing cap that's in effect for annual adjustments to rent, requiring notices to be in English and Spanish. And I think the approach that we would recommend if the council wishes to do that would be like what we did recently with the tenant protections, which would be for the city to provide those notices so that it's easy for park owners in turn to make them available, and we'd know they're consistent and accurate. Next slide, please. Thanks, Dylan. More possible considerations for the council. We would recommend updating the findings and purpose part of the city's regulations, since they've been on the books for a while, to show the basis for the need for the amendments on a rational basis, legal review standard basis, and I think we all know how short affordable housing supply is in Petaluma, but we'd want to ideally update that part of the regulations. So there's some definitions that could use some cleanup. Also notice to the housing team so that they're able to track compliance with the regulation. We mentioned, we had a question already about the banking provision. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a substantive change, but I think potentially helpful clarification. Regarding remedies, council could consider expanding that a little bit to increase the city's means for ensuring compliance with the requirements. We would recommend that we change the rather antiquated language now to make sure it's gender neutral as it should be. Next slide, please. Is
That's
that
the
it?
last one, Eric.
That's it. Okay. So those, I'm sorry if I rattled those off too quickly, but that's what was on our list to seek direction from the council, and we're happy to hear questions, comments from the council. Thank you.
And thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Okay, now I have questions. And this kind of colors outside the lines of the staff presentation, but I'm going to ask them anyway, and maybe this is questions that members of the public want to address later. In the mobile home park owners proposal, they made the assertion that our park expenses rise at the rate of CPI or much faster. Why would that be?
Why would their expenses
And I guess
outpace
I'm
CPI?
trying to look at the factors. In property taxes are capped at 2% unless there's a change in ownership under Prop 13. I don't know, but maybe someone can clarify if water and sewer service is billed directly to the homeowners or if it goes through the park and gets passed through. I think they have individual meters now.
I think it's a mix, Councilmember. We can, but I think we have attendees that can help give us some
Okay.
examples.
So I was curious about that. And then I guess kind of as an overall framework, I look at the 7% or 75% of CPI is kind of the wherever we land is kind of the baseline. But then I look at the arbitration opportunity as basically a safety valve, so that if a park owner feels that they can't make it under whatever we adopt, then they have the ability to go to arbitration. So I was kind of curious about, in the mobile home park owners letter, they agreed to forfeit their right to litigate if we adopted their proposals. But I'm thinking that if we have that safety valve, there really isn't much of a litigation exposure. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think that's partly why we have the program, because it's, because of the, as you know, because the finality that comes from arbitrations and as a method for resolution. And we do, it's a validity issue for the regulations that they provide for a reasonable rate of return. So I do think the safety valve, metaphor is an apt one in terms of our regulations. In terms of this CPI outpacing, one of the things we see in some of our projects is that construction costs, capital costs have exceeded, and I don't know if they'll continue at the same rate now that we're putting more time between us and the wildfire emergencies and those things. But there's another consideration too, and that is, there's the CPI, and then there's, what the comparison of the park's expenses, versus revenue are, and the CPI on rent increases and the CPI on revenue and the bases are not necessarily the same, right? So of comparing what the tenants are seeing in terms of their rent increases versus what the park owners are seeing in their economics, taking into account all the rent they receive, but all the expenses they also need to pay. So that's why I think, because that's complicated, I think that's why the scheme exists, and the burden exists on the park owners to demonstrate they need an increase above the cap in order to make a reasonable rate.
Okay. And then my last question, there was another line in the park owner's proposal where they, if we were to adopt their proposal, they would agree not to shut down any of the parks for the next 5 years. Is that a real worry that we have to be thinking about?
Our understanding, which, it's based on the information we're aware of and is subject to being updated, is that there's not a danger of that, and that the parks are economically good investments and considered valuable investments, and they generate a lot of revenue on a per square foot basis from the property. My understanding from the process that occurred, the stakeholder process that they had in Santa Rosa, was that the park owners elected not to share their cost versus revenue data, which suggests to me that it's probably favorable to them. But that's just a surmise on my part.
Okay, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Eric, can I add to, we do have our own chapter in our municipal code, I believe it's 8.56, that if there was a park to either convert to a different use or to shut down, they would need to provide an impact report to the city council. City council would be able to condition it to mitigate any of those impacts on any of the displaced tenants. So there is that safety mechanism if that were to occur. But I 100% agree with Eric.
And I'll just add, thank you, Dylan. I question the enforceability of those proposals, given the constitutional entitlement of park owners to have some kind of a safety valve as regards a reasonable rate. And I don't know about waiving prospectively one's right to enforce their rights.
Well, I did look at the zoning map, and most, if not all, of our mobile home parks are zoned for mobile home parks. So I don't know what else they would do without seeking amendments.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shrevs.
Okay, I was glad to see that on your slide, you're going to redefine housing services, or better define it. And I still did not find a good definition of that. If you were to redefine it, what would housing services actually mean?
Well, in the context of our regulations, the services come up in the context of a justification for charges by the park to the tenant. So it would be things that are of direct benefit to them. But I know that's a very shorthand version, but conceptually, it would provide clarity like that.
Okay, good. And then if a new owner, I wasn't sure if a new owner comes in and to purchase a new house on this property, when the banks consider paying out for the, giving out the loan, do they consider both the rent and the mortgage in combination and look at it as a single factor in giving up permission or giving out loans? So are both being considered? Because I know we're talking about rents here, but I know there's the mortgage involved too, and it's a little bit more complex. So how do the banks view this?
So I'm going to do a little educated guessing in response to that, and we can look and come back with further information for the council. But I imagine, interestingly, so remember the spaces are ground leases, and each of the parks is, as staff has information on, I think each of the parks has some park-owned mobile homes that they rent. But I think the majority are homes owned by tenants who ground lease the space that home occupies in the park. And it is my understanding that the nature of that mobile home as a property is a chattel. It's not real estate. It's the ground lease is the real estate. But there are lenders that issue mortgages to buy the mobile homes. And I think they look at the same thing that any other lender looks at, and that is the borrower's ability to pay. And they're going to take into account, the debt versus the income. So it would have to include, the rent of the space. The ground lease is going to be expense, just like the monthly payment to pay down the debt to the lender for the home is going to be expense, and other living expenses, utilities too. I have to think that they're going to look at those.
Right, because a long time in the past when I actually looked at something like that, the bank was going, okay, we have to look at both things.
Right.
So that's
I
still true.
assume they will, but we can get more information on that.
Okay, just to make sure that's clear. So, because a lot of arguments being said versus mortgage rate on the house versus rents, rent spaces, and it's the combination that really counts, not one or the other separately. And you said about notices. Will we, the city, be providing those notices, at least the text for both languages to be delivered, or do they have to generate that themselves?
I think that latter thing would be a bad idea. That's why we recommended and the council approved regarding the tenant protections that we would provide the notices. And that has the benefit of, we know what they say, we know they're accurate. It's not a difficulty for the different property owners to do that on their own, and we did that in both Spanish and English for the required notices under our regulations. I think the same would be best regarding noticing that the council wants us to provide concerning mobile homes.
Good. And then finally, just following up on Councilman Healy's comment about the cost of living versus cost of business. I know I get a Social Security check and it's based on COLA, cost of living adjustments, which I'm not sure if the CPI actually follows COLA identically or follows inflation, but I understand when I have tried to buy anything or get labor to do anything, contract work, electricians and the like, the last couple of years, it seems like the cost of labor and materials has almost doubled in the last few years. So I can understand that the cost of business to actually just do maintenance items and to do repairs and things would be much higher than current inflation rate, which I'm not sure if the CPI, how that follows inflation rate versus COLA. Do we have some knowledge or history of how those three things are related, or if they're actually in correlation with each other. So they're all going up, so that if one is 2.6, one might be very close. Are they all really close together, or are we really talking about three separate things here?
Well, so I'm famously limited in my math skills. This is something that our finance director could probably answer, and our assistant city manager maybe too, who don't share the limitation that I have. So we could look at that up. I'm pretty sure that the growth curves don't cross. So I think they're moving. So I think
they
the
move
cost of
together
living
parallel,
is
but-
increasing. Maybe not the same rate, but it's increasing when the COLAs are increasing. But as to what goes into the San Francisco Bay Area CPI that's produced by the Department of Labor and the components, I don't know. But I think it's intended to capture, among other things, the inflation costs.
Inflation, right, because I know a lot of the folks who are tenants are based on Social Security, and that's based on COLA versus CPI, which may involve other factors in that calculation, which is actually, and then cost of living, cost of doing business is a very different animal from what the park owners are looking at. So just so that we're clear that these things are different, and that we really need to, we're really looking at COLA versus CPI and doing some protections in here.
I think Brian's going to add something more cogent than what I could do. Thanks.
Yeah.
I can try to provide a little more clarity. So the CPI is the Consumer Price Index, and it's basically an indexed pricing of a basket of consumer goods, bread, cheese, paper, pencils, et cetera, et cetera. And it also includes, I'm pretty sure, rent or housing cost and gasoline or fuel costs. So they take all of these goods, they price them out on a monthly basis, and then a typical definition of inflation is the rate of change from month to month in that price of the basket of goods. And so typically you would look at a year over year change in the consumer price index, and that would calculate your inflation rate. However, to your point, there are many other indices that are also used. Sometimes in city business, we use the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index. That's a totally different way of calculating the costs of constructing large construction projects or public work projects. So there are different methods of gauging how much costs are inflating over time. The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, commonly known as inflation, is a very common one that is used in many calculations, even for things where that particular basket of goods is not a direct corollary to what is increasing or decreasing. It's just a very common way of making a calculation to reflect the overall increase in prices over time.
Yeah, so would it be fair to say, just to give the park owners their statement that their costs are, their increase in costs, which are different basis, different functionality, different purpose, using different material and labor that they have to pay out, might be quite different from CPI being calculated. So at least could we give them at least that much, that it could be quite different?
It could be different. And in fact, a recent example, I think we heard our water rates consultant a few weeks ago acknowledge that CPI is also a very common measurement. And so even though, our costs of providing service in our water and sewer departments may be a little different than actual inflation, it's still a very common metric. So yes, those may be slightly different, but again, it's just an easy, recognizable way to gauge an overall increase in costs. But it could be very different, yes.
Right, so for the water department, we just heard that, their costs are going much, much higher, faster than actual like CPI and regular inflation. So we just need to acknowledge that on that. Okay, I'll close out for that.
Councilmember Pozike.
Oh, microphone?
Need a couple more sentences on the idea of consolidation of petitions, in a single trailer park.
Thank you, Councilmember Posake. I think the idea there is if rather than having multiple arbitrations proceeding on the same proposed rent increase in the same park, that the tenants would be able to consolidate that action so as to minimize the impact on individual tenants of, getting an expert and getting legal counsel and putting a case on, because the facts may be similar enough or identical that the considerations of justice will be the same ones in terms of the goals of the regulation and in terms of the park owner's entitlement to a reasonable rate. And the cost picture should also be this, it's one park, it should be the same cost.
And Eric, I'll add to that too. In our current code, section 6.50090, it only allows consolidations of petitions in the same park of 10 or fewer affected tenants. But like Eric said, I don't think there's a reason for that. We can scratch out that 10 or fewer. It's all this, probably the same amount of rent increase, just to save costs for the park owners and the tenants to have one single consolidation and petition.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking because it seems like the majority, based on that 300%, to make an arbitration mandatory. If it's less than 300%, which we've talked about how that's probably the vast majority of arbitrations, aren't the tenants being forced to consolidate complaints to get 51% that they need, on a petition?
Well, in a sense, I mean, the other way of looking at it is that they're having to organize on an ad hoc basis to get review of the proposed increase in excess of the cap. So a conceivable policy objective to the council, in our view, is that that's a lot to ask. And it maybe the park owners should generally bear that burden when they are seeking rent in excess of the cap.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
That's all I have.
Councilmember Shribs.
Councilman Postgate was talking about the arbitration, which brought up a question, sort of. And in cases of arbitration, whether it be from the homeowners or the park owners coming in and then working it through, if the arbitration comes out and says, these old, you've had some very long-term rents and leases here and they're not quite paying what they should pay, is it possible for the arbitration to also increase what some of these old standing leases, and so that the folks who are not paying their fair share could be caught up and forced into paying more through it if an arbiter says, we need to change your lease and get you back up to place?
So the subject matter for the arbitrators is whether a noticed rent increase in excess of the cap permitted in the city's regulations is reasonable and would be upheld by the arbitrator. That's really the subject matter. There's procedural things that they can decide about continuances and also admissible evidence and some of the logistics of the arbitration. But the way the city's regulations are set up, that's the question before the arbitrator. What's admissible evidence on the park owner's expenses and revenue and the reasonable rate that goes to whether or not the proposed increase above the cap is reasonable. So the arbitrator would not have jurisdiction to just go about reforming rents on their own. They'd be responding to the noticed rent by the park owner.
Right. The reason I'm asking is that there was an implication that park owners could actually begin an arbitration to increase the rents or what they were able to receive because it was no longer fair what they were receiving. So it's possible that the arbitration could be started by the park owners to increase rents?
Well, in essence, that's what happens when they notice a 300% increase, because arbitration is automatic, and what they're noticing is a rent increase, presumably because they need that to receive a reasonable rate. So that's an example of that.
Just want to be clear. So it goes both ways. Just want to be clear on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but in a way, though, it doesn't, because in any case, what triggers an arbitration, whether under our current regulations, whether it's automatic or whether it's brought by a petition of the tenants, what triggers it in the first instance is a noticed rent increase in excess of the city's permitted cap.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that's something that's initiated by the park owner. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask, the CPI is generally an annual, calendar annual event, and 22 would be already a completed action. And is staff, are we considering this so that any modification today would be for the 2023 data?
So I think that, and Dylan, help me out, or Brian if I'm wrong, but I think our regulations provide that it's the June CPI that's used, and I believe the June CPI is released about mid-August, according to Corey. And 90 days have to be given under our regulations of rent increases, and the CPI has to be available to issue them unless it's going to be off cycle and leading to arbitration. So that's the timing that we're looking at in terms of the council direction that we're seeking. So it would be, so if the June CPI is out in mid-August, then the landlords would have to give 90 days notice, rent increases. So that's September, October, mid-November.
That math again.
Yeah, I know, it's so challenging.
So it was our intention to have this in place by end of year for that,
Well,
August to 3 months later, that'll be November-ish, and so.
Our timeline was such that, Dylan, when were we looking at as an effective date?
Let's see, June 19th, we hope to bring the introduction, first reading. I think the second reading would occur July 4th is a holiday, right?
So it'd be the 10th?
10th, so then 30 days from the 10th, so like August 10th.
10th.
Perfect.
So just about the time the CPI is out.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly jump onto this fun with statistics discussion. It seems to me that the CPI on which Social Security annual raises are based is a national CPI, which is usually different than and probably mostly lower than the Bay Area CPI, which is baked into this ordinance, and I'm not unmindful of that distinction because it really affects people. And part of the reason I was asking about who's paying for water is that, as the council knows, Sonoma Water is increasing its wholesale rates by nearly 10% this year, and we'll be passing that along to our customers. And the anticipation is that that's going to continue for the next 2 or 3 years. So, if the park owners are paying that, that's one thing. If the individual homeowners are paying it, that's something else. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think we are ready for public comment on the item. And I'd like to ask the clerk, have we had any input on this?
Mayor, staff noted that there was public comment received prior to the publication of the packet. We received 4 additional comments from packet publication until tonight that are posted online with the agenda packet.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd like to invite the moderator to proceed.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to an item on this should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. And we have 4 online, Mayor.
Tremendous with 4 online, and the 9 that I have cards, speakers in the House, perhaps 10 as we go here. I believe that we'll move the clock to a 2-minute clock for the evening. And let's see, I'd like to start with those in the chambers first. And the first speaker should be John Barry, to be followed by Betty Houdzenrader.
Good evening, Council. John Barry from Royal Oaks, Petaluma, and I have a very simple comment to make. I don't think Petaluma would like the reputation of being the city in Sonoma with the largest population of homeless senior citizens. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Betty Hausen-Rader, to be followed by Nicholas Fry.
First off, I want to thank all of you for opening this for review and working on amending what seems to be an overlooked process for years. On the behalf of all residents in Petaluma Mobile Homes, we look forward to the City Council reviewing and supporting the items that have been presented to you by the Petaluma Mobile Home residents in order to keep our homes affordable and protecting our Petaluma seniors from predatory park owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola Fry, to be followed by Bill Donahue.
I'm a resident of Petaluma Estates Mobile Home Park, past president of the Homeowners Association, as well as a member of the board of directors for Rebuilding Together Petaluma. I'm here today as a concerned resident of Petaluma to express my support for a change that can make a big difference in our community. It's about the amount of money people pay for a space in a mobile home park in Petaluma. Mobile home parks provide a location for the homes of many seniors and families in our community. Each resident is an important part of our community. However, the current yearly increase in rent in these spaces has become a burden for many residents. Seniors and families who live on limited incomes are struggling to keep up with rising costs and is putting strain on their budgets. And that's why I believe it's time for change. By adjusting the yearly increase for the rent of mobile home park spaces, you can help ease the financial pressure on our neighbors and friends. Substantially lowering the amount of the currently yearly increase will allow each of these residents to have more stability and peace of mind. Changing the amount of the yearly mobile home park space rent increase is just not about money. No, it's about compassion and fairness. It's about creating a community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive and succeed. While I recognize the desire for the mobile home park owners to increase their profits, I urge you to consider instituting a change similar to those made in other local Sonoma County communities. A similar change would be more than adequate and fair to all concerned. I would hope that each of you stand up for the well-being of our low-income Petaluma residents. There are over 800 mobile homes representing a significant number of the affordable housing in Petaluma. Let us work together to create a city where everyone can be safe and comfortable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill Donahue, to be followed by Laura Bennett.
Good evening. My name is Bill Donahue, and I live at the cottages, the Petaluma Cottages. And there's just a couple items I'd like to bring up before you. One, I think in Ronald Park, I think their measurement is by Kohler, not the CPI. You might want to check that. And I appreciate some of the adjustments other cities have made. I'd like to see maybe a 3% here in Petaluma. That's something that some of you campaigned on over the past years. And I'd like to bring up vacancy control. I definitely have a misunderstanding, or there's been a misrepresentation of vacancy control. It is my understanding that Petaluma has vacancy control, and that zero does not mean that a park owner can increase rents by whatever he wants. It's a zero increase on the transfer of a home to a new owner, not no vacancy control. And I did have an attorney review this past week, and he agrees that the Petaluma ordinance calls for vacancy control. And so I'd like you to take a harder look at that. And with that, I thank you for all the attention you've paid to this. I think the staff has produced a very good report, and I look forward to some of the major changes that you guys are going to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Bennett to be followed by Sean Powell.
Hello, my name is Laura Bennett. I live at 300 Stony Point Road, space 513 at Leisure Lake Village. I'm treasurer of the HOA and a member of the Petaluma Mobile Home Coalition. My husband and I were extremely fortunate to find our mobile home in 2009. We gained ownership, affordable housing, and financial security under the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Program. I'm here tonight to represent myself and the residents who depend on rent control for their livelihood at Leisure Lake Village and the rest of the mobile homes here in the city of Petaluma. The 6% increase this year was a shock to our community. The largest income increase we've had was a 3.9% since I've lived there for 14 years. I've been a witness to and heard the residents' fears, anxiety, and vulnerability with their struggling financial security in conversation in our neighborhood, our HOA meetings, and in our clubhouse and door to door as I collected petitions that has been turned into the city clerk and the letters with their specific financial situations. I thank the city of Petaluma and staff for the process of reviewing this rent stabilization program and the continued outreach to the mobile home park residents and community of Petaluma about the issue. This has resulted in the comprehensive report and recommendations that is being presented and discussed tonight. In closing, I'm asking the mayor and you at the city council to continue to support and protect ethically and legally the mobile home parks as you have under the rent stabilization program. Since 1994, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sean Powell to be followed by Sue Sullivan.
My name is Sean Powell, and I'm a resident of Youngstown Mobile Home Park. I'm also a member of the advocacy group Coalition for Mobile Home Parks of Petaluma. From the JR group was formed, I've heard personal accounts from residents of several parks in Petaluma who have experienced rent increases that are not sustainable, various bullying tactics, and in a few cases, action by park owners and their administrators that I've recently learned are in opposition to the MRL. Monitoring and policing of park owners' actions to maintain compliance is a recommendation by the city report. I ask you to consider this. In regards to long-term leases, I am a long-term leaseholder, which is not protected by the current rent control city ordinance. My long-term lease provides for an annual increase of 100% of CPI plus 2%. So my recent rent increase notice was 8%. The recent long-awaited Social Security increase of 8% is basically wiped out by my upcoming increase in rent. In regards to the request for revision of CPI, park owners have stated, quote, the historical CPI increase under the Petaluma ordinance over the last 21 years has been 2.6%, end quote. The owners have also said that the renters, quote, are advocating an unrealistic proposal to alter the ordinance to revise it to a fraction of the CPI with as little as a 4% cap, which would make it impossible for mobile home park owners to properly maintain their communities, end quote. So I ask you, if the average of 2.6% has provided park owners sufficient profit over the last 21 years and provide them the ability to not only maintain the parks, but also make capital improvements and profit, then why are they opposing the proposed CPI revision? How much profit is enough, especially when that increase creates hardship to our seniors and low-income residents? I vote, as do my friends and family, and your presence here tonight is because we voted for you, believing that you will uphold your statements and commitment to represent us. So I'm asking for your assistance with resolving this challenge to maintain affordable housing for mixed income families and seniors. And I'm thanking you in advance for that.
Sure. Thank you. Sue Sullivan to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Thank you, council members, for your time this evening. In tribal communities, elders are considered the wisdom keepers and are held in the highest regard. We ask you, we plead with you to make the necessary amendments to the 1994 Mobile Home Park Space Stabilization Program and put a stop to some of the rogue behavior of some, not all, of the park owners. Please keep your elder senior citizens in our homes, as the only other alternative could be becoming homeless. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jody Johnson to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Councilman Healy and Scribbs, I direct these answers. So we pay property taxes, we pay the sewer, we pay the water. It's all divided by the amount of units in each mobile park. We actually, even last year, 14 of us had to pay the increase in property taxes from the new owner because there was a pass-through in our long-term leases. And only because one of our tenants or our resident owners got a forensic accountant on her own behalf and paid for it, did we determine that part of it you had only charged 1 year increase, and they passed it on to us for life. We had to correct that and chase getting a credit. They don't show P&L statements because they don't choose to. Arbitration last year would have been differently if they had. Your concern about construction is we construct our units, we buy our units, we own our units. The only construction done is on their property that they gain profit and they gain equity on. So an increase in construction has nothing to do with us. The ground rents are everywhere from $700 to $1,900 a month for ground rents. We are threatened with the closing of the parks all the time. In a property that would cost us $35,000 to move our unit, if we can even find a spot. How long it takes for us to get legal aid applications was a case in point in the arbitration, is most people didn't own a computer or an email. So I had to scan and determine and get these people's word out that they needed help. In terms of vacancy control, Rohnert Park was way ahead of Petaluma. They actually not only have a zero vacancy control, but they have had the lower increase for a long period of time. Seniors are not able to buy their medicine or afford food. And for the first time with the city report that came out, I saw joy when I went door to door.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Tim Porteous to be followed by Sherry Feinstein.
Hello, Council, and thank you very much for being here and listening to us. I don't have any time, so I'm just going to hit you with questions. I'm sorry. I've been trying to get a second mortgage. I cannot do that. I do not own my property, and I do not have a foundation. There is no second mortgage. It ain't going to happen. There's no help there. I'm 65 as of May 31st. I've given a piece of paper. There's 3 pieces of binder paper that I'm hoping you'll all read that I gave to you concerning all of this. My contract states 5% plus CPI. I'm up to $1,100 in 4 years from $735. That's my raises. Come on, this is not realistic. Really, think of it. And as an owner, if you rent a place, who is responsible for that place? Well, the owner is, not the renter, but they want to get more money from us to do whatever they're going to call as upgrades. We don't know. We don't know what that is. I'm not responsible for it. I'm paying the water for the pool that I don't use. I'm paying for water that other tenants use who have 1,000 plants. I don't have one. But I'm paying for this extra water. Why is that? How can that be fair too? So, please read that paper because it is a personal item and I couldn't state it here. Oh boy. Is the park responsible to tell the other tenants when a place becomes available, or can they just secretly advertise it somewhere else and we
Thank you.
don't know
Your time
that
is up.
that's come up?
Thank you. Sherry Feinstein, to be followed by Ray Poland.
Hi, thank you for letting us, giving us this opportunity to speak with you. We do have separate meters for our water at Youngstown, and we all pay accordingly to our usage. However, the sewer charges are not based on our usage. They're based, they are split between all the residents equally. So I live alone. I'm one person. I pay the same amount as, people that have 3 people in their homes or 2 people, which doesn't seem quite fair. The cost for owners rising more quickly than CPI increases. Well, the homeowner's cost for repairs, water, maintaining the properties that we don't own, we are leasing these properties, and we also, the rates for us for water, repairs, and maintaining our properties are going up at the same rate as theirs are going up. We're paying the same price for wood. We're paying the same price for our water. So the prices are going up the same. And I feel like if in the past 21 years, the CPI increases averaged 2.73%, and the park owners have been earning a fair return at that average rate, it seems fair to have the cap on rent increases closer to that percentage. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Poland, and then we'll move to our Zoom audience.
Hi, I'm Kay Poland from Youngstown, and I really want to thank, on behalf of the coalition and really all of the park the tenants, thank the city employees for their hours of listening to us and showing that seniors matter, and want to thank the council also. Thank you.
Thank you. And now let's move to our people on Zoom.
And Mayor, we had one additional person raise their hand for a total of 5 instead of 4. You're okay to proceed with that?
Please proceed.
Okay. So our first speaker is Daniel Raff. Daniel, you can unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, council members. I want to note that one of the other resources available to mobile home tenants are the real estate attorneys in this town. It may be that many mobile home residents can call legal aid when they need help, but I know that some residents assume, perhaps correctly, that they will not qualify for legal aid. And my office has served, and while my office has served both parks and residents in the past, most of the time we've been involved in mobile home issues, we've been representing the residents that you are trying to protect. It sounds like you had a lot of participation in the stakeholder meetings, and I commend staff for that. However, and I'm sorry to come on here and just to offer criticism of the process, but I am disappointed that I again have to remind everyone that there is a private industry in town that might have an interest in this issue. There are probably around 10 real estate attorneys in Petaluma, and like 5 of them work for my office. No one at my office knew that this was coming up, and the residents that I've spoken to about this didn't know about it either. I brought this up as an issue when we were talking about the eviction control ordinance and gave suggestions for how the city might do a better job with outreach. And it does not appear that any of my suggestions have been taken. So I would again ask that, and the issue here is that we are often, like, real estate attorneys are often the first people that get calls about issues that clients are having with mobile home parks. I would hope that the city does, when you are reaching out, when you start finalizing this, that you do a better job of reaching out to the people in the industry that are actually going to be the ones that are going to be advising residents on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Saulo Londano. Saulo, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you, council members. My name is Saulo, and I'm with WMA, the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association. We work with mobile home park owners and managers in California to do training, education, advocacy. You've had the opportunity to read the staff report and hear from many residents. You've also heard from park owners who have all committed to wanting to help residents who are in need. Park owners understand that in difficult economic circumstances, it's important to find every way to assist members of their community to get through a situation that may not be at all a fault of their own. Park owners have generously agreed to provide direct rental assistance to those residents who most need the help. We are committed to being a part of the solution. Park owners welcome the opportunity to sit down in a room with council members as well as residents and discuss how we can come to an agreement. If the council were so inclined, we could form an ad hoc committee that meets quarterly to give everyone involved an opportunity to discuss these issues and any other issues that may arise that are not related to rent control. We all benefit from cooperation. Lastly, the issue of raising rents on turnover, what city staff has called vacancy control, has simply not been properly explained to you. The city staff interpretation of what your ordinance currently does is simply wrong. The staff interpretation of what neighboring jurisdictions have done is wrong. I have pointed this out in the past and been ignored. This is one of the reasons we would like more time to meet with you and go over these important issues. You don't currently have a good understanding of what your own ordinance does. Presently, parks are not allowed to raise rents on turnover. Again, the staff presentation, which characterized the city as not having vacancy control, is wrong. The city's definition of lawful vacancies only occurs rarely, if ever. It doesn't cover 99% of vacancies, which is why Santa Rosa and Windsor, we were in the room when this happened, negotiated so that rents could be increased on all vacancies when a mobile home is sold. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker is Margaret DiMatteo. Margaret, I'm going to unmute you. You can begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, City Council and staff. Margaret DiMatteo on behalf of Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I agree that the staff report is comprehensive and well thought out. I want to thank you for your tireless commitment to improving housing stability in Petaluma. I also want to second the many mobile home residents who are predominantly seniors who have had the courage to speak up over and over again. I encourage you to consider the many written and oral comments they submitted prior to the workshop last month, going all the way back to last fall. I do agree that you could take another look at chapter 6.50.240 regarding vacancy control. Your own definitions do say that you can only raise the rent in a lawful vacancy, a lawful space vacancy, which is either when there's a lawful eviction or the voluntary removal of a mobile home from the park. It does not cover in-place transfers. And I would encourage you not to add or allow an in-place transfer fee. We looked at Rohnert Park's ordinance, and I second the comment that they have strong vacancy control, and that's for a reason. This is the last naturally occurring affordable housing, and that affordability can be preserved by you. It's historically known that park owners' expenses are low. If they weren't, they would be willing to turn over their books to make evidence of this. But generally, they will not do that, not even in arbitration, not even when it means they could have won. So I just want to thank you again. And then I had one last comment about considering a senior housing overlay for senior designated parks to prevent them from being converted to all ages parks, like what is happening in Santa Rosa. There is some retaliatory action being taken by some of the park owners in Santa Rosa.
Thank you, Margaret. Your time
amending
is
their
up.
ordinance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill F. Bill, you may unmute yourself and begin.
I'm sorry, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you now, Bill. You may begin.
Bill Feeney, I'm the owner of the cottages in Petaluma. Unfortunately, there's been the staff report is full of misinformation and misrepresentation that I heard tonight. No idea what vacancy control is. The wrong CPI was used. There's a myriad of mistakes that were made. Our park owners would hope that considering the obvious confusion over these issues and the factually inaccurate staff report, that the park owners are requesting a 60-day extension to further clarify various options available in amending the present ordinance. Please keep in mind that these decisions here will impact thousands of people for decades to come. Therefore, the decision makers should be fully informed of the potential consequences of their actions and knowledgeable of what existing law is. What possible harm would a 60-day extension be? So seeing as we're playing with something that's very, very important here, and there is a gross misrepresentation or misunderstanding of what the facts are, I really think that giving us a couple months to get the facts out on the table so you can make an informed decision would be helpful. Petaluma has full vacancy control, contrary to what's been represented to you. That means that on turnover, the rent of the seller is the rent of the buyer. That has caused homes to inflate to $250,000 for older homes, and that's made them unaffordable. So it's an unintentional consequence of a poorly designed law of vacancy control. That is one of the focuses I think that needs to be addressed with any changes to the ordinance, let alone, well, I don't have time to finish, but thank you for your time.
Okay, and we have our last Zoom speaker, and that is Nick. Nick, I'm going to, you may unmute yourself and begin.
You guys have me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I'm Nick with Little Woods Mobile Home Park. I wanted to let you guys know that it is disheartening to witness a potential shift in the city's stance on preserving affordable housing in Petaluma. One of the primary issues with these amendments that are being proposed for change is the artificial inflation of mobile home values. By linking low rent to the property itself, the amendments unintentionally create a situation where mobile homes become significantly more valuable than their market price suggests. While this may appear beneficial for residents, it places an unfair burden on landowners who are unable to generate sufficient income to cover necessary repairs and improvements to the property. This imbalance ultimately leads to a deteriorating living environment for mobile home residents. Without the means to invest in maintenance and renovations, parks become run down and less desirable places to live. This devalues the overall community and perpetuates the cycle of neglect that ultimately harms those that are meant to be protected by rent control measures. While mobile home values skyrocket due to forced low rents, the revenue generated does not find its way back into the parks or benefit the city at all. This results in permanent price increases on affordable housing, contradicting the very purpose of rent control policies, which should aim to maintain or reduce housing crisis costs for vulnerable populations. I understand the concern for protecting homeowners in a reasonable fashion. The modest request for turnover rent to come to the average of 3 highest rents in the park addresses any fears of price gouging by landlords and allows them to reasonably catch up on rents that have been artificially suppressed over the years. It has become increasingly challenging to understand the reason behind these proposed amendments. As I've pondered the issue, I cannot help but wonder if this is a clever guise to shift blame onto landowners, coercing them into a situation where closure is the only viable option, paving the way for density growth on land that is more suited for apartment housing. If the true intention is to close these mobile home parks, it raises questions about the council's motives and commitment to protecting residents and preserving affordable housing in Petaluma.
Your time is up. Thank you, Nick.
And that was our last speaker.
Yes, that is our last Zoom speaker.
Thank you. I have one more in the audience, speaker card request, and I believe it's Malcolm Sibley. You're invited to come speak.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor and everyone here. I'm Malcolm Sibley. I'm a resident of Royal Oaks Park. And it just occurred to me that the change in the proposed changes and amendments in the ordinance are all a fine thing, but without some means of enforcement, I think a lot of things have happened over the years under the radar. Maybe they've come to various people's attention on the city council, and I realize the council has changed dramatically just over the last couple of years. New people, but one-on-one of a resident, maybe sending an email, may not get someone's 100% attention. But I think enforcement will be important. An ordinance without some kind of accountability and responsible enforcement is just another printed pages, on the books. A suggestion would be some kind of an intermediary, an ombudsman, or some kind of person in between the city council and residents that, concerns could be funneled through perhaps. But you all know best how to handle this, but I myself have been involved in a one-on-one exchange through emails, and it was during COVID, offices were closed, people were on vacation, but a couple of months went by and I was referred from one agency to another, and the feeling I got was that people were just too busy with other things to deal one-on-one. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And that closes public comment on the workshop item for the evening, and we're going to bring it back to the council. I suppose this being a workshop, we'll want to have a little bit of dialogue back and forth. And I think we'll ask the city attorney what they need for guidance out of this in a minute. But for me, public comment raised a couple of questions that I want to kind of ask before we get into the dialogue on this, and perhaps for others. The most straightforward question for me is the new lease law. Will it eliminate the CPI plus 2% we heard about, or 5% plus CPI? Is the lease law addressing that?
Yeah, so the new law just affects the ability to be, for long-term leases, they will no longer be exempt under local ordinances. So even long-term leases will now be protected. It's already started since 2020, and by 2025, the state law will get all of the leases, I believe. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, actually, I had the same question, and I don't think that really answered it. If someone has an existing long-term lease that bakes in CPI plus 2 for the next 10 years, will this ordinance or the new state law affect that?
Yes, I believe this ordinance would, whatever council decides, if they so desire to amend to lower it, that would be the new rent control for those long-term leases.
Even though they have a lease that's executed and in place?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you, staff, for putting this all together and doing the community outreach, because it's very important that we reach out to all the stakeholders. I recently reached out to a real estate agent in town who hadn't known anything about this, but she it sends me, I happen to be on her email list of mobile homes for sale. So that brings me to the lawfully vacant space that's not in our ordinance. Do we want to, as a council, look at that and so that we can keep better track of the vacancies and enforce it? Is that something we want to do?
And I had something of a mine was, I was conflicted between whether that's a question or whether that would turn out to be one of what the city attorney asks us to weigh in on, because I think there's some lack of clarity on what vacancy is, and I'm hoping that's one of the things we weigh in on, is that we want a lot more clarity on all of what we heard from the public regarding vacancy on this.
Well, it's just a mechanism, I believe, to track the vacancies so that we can better enforce the ordinance and help the residents.
So, do you want me to address that? So we heard a number of comments about, and some confusion about what we're referring to as vacancy control, which is whether park owners are able to reset rents as spaces become vacant. And I think the confusion is coming from what Dylan has accurately described as the relatively narrow circumstances under which our regulations do not provide vacancy control. Namely, when there's been a for cause termination or when the tenant chooses to relocate their mobile home and create a vacancy that way. Otherwise, the park owners are not free to reset their base rents. So I think you heard that accurately from us. You heard it accurately from park owners. And so if we need to provide more clarity about that, we can. But one of the series of questions we're going to ask the council to go through with straw polls to give us direction is going to be whether you want to make changes with respect to that, or if you have questions, we'll be glad to address them. So when the time comes, I would like to sort of kind of do like what we did with the tenant regulations, just go through the list of what we're presenting for council consideration. There may be things the council want to add to that list. Fine, we're not trying to preclude that at all, but we want to end up with a good comprehensive set of directions from the council as to what we should bring back. So thanks.
Okay. So
this one of the speakers said it makes for transparency. So that's the end of that for my comment. But also there was a senior park overlay. I don't know if it was the phone in speaker, but is that something we can also add?
So that was Margaret, and I think she was addressing regulations that would require parks to be senior living, presumably in the zoning
And not
code,
changed.
and not convertible to all age parks. So that's direction the council could address also.
Okay, so those are just my two comments.
Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I had one last question for staff. We had a couple of public commenters who were asking us to do more process and push this back 60 days or so, and I had a question for the manager. I think most people don't realize, I kind of regard council agendas as an airport landing pattern, and this is kind of the time slot that was given to this item, and we have other aircraft backed up over the next several months waiting to land. Could we continue this for 60 days without disrupting something else that's an important council priority?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I expected. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarity. And I'd like to ask the city attorney if he has a strategy here for how we get through the direction and guidance. Did you have a plan here?
It's completely unsophisticated. It was going to be to ask Dylan to bring up the question slides and have us go through them at whatever pace the council would like to capture your direction.
I think that
If
sounds
that's-
like a
if that
great
pleases the
plan.
council.
And so let's start that process.
Thank you.
Let me get there on presentation mode.
Thanks, Dylan.
Should we start with the annual one?
Sure, let's just take them in sequence unless the council has different direction for us. So here are, you can see the current city caps on annual increases, those of neighboring jurisdictions. You've heard comments from park owners and tenants alike about that as being one of the most important considerations. We heard the same in our outreach. This is something on which we'll be seeking council direction. I think there's some complexity here. We talked about, I mentioned it a little bit in answering the council questions earlier. So have the council members, Councilmember Healy, for example, raised the fact that the index for Social Security adjustments is not the same as the one that we use to in our regulations concerning annual mobile home space rent increases. Also, I mentioned that the base of a tenant's income and existing rent to which the increase get applied is different from the base of the park owner's revenue stream. So that's why these are not apples to oranges comparisons. Anyway, this is something, and we can come back to things if council members want to noodle or if there are questions, whatever the council prefers.
Well, let's take a stab at this one and see if we can get a consensus on this or direction on this. And what we're talking about is there a rent increase cap right now, and I, for one, would look for some sort of a consistency with regional efforts. And I guess my question is can we craft a legally defensible ordinance that matches the others that we see here?
I believe the answer is yes, because of the arbitration process.
Wonderful.
So because the park owners would have the ability to indicate that to establish that the cap is not adequate for them to realize a reasonable rate of return.
Thank you. I'd like Councilmember Cater-Thompson.
I just kind of want to start off with the fact that for 22 years, it's basically an average is 2.74%, is the average. And I would like to, and I'm just not really clear how the other cities came to their numbers, 4%, 5%, Cotati 6%. And I'm not sure if their old ordinances, I know Windsor just up there, Santa Rosa did. Do we know if the other ones are new or they've been updated, or is it just the Windsor and Santa Rosa?
I don't know if they've been updated. Definitely Santa Rosa, Windsor, that was last December. There's a pretty good website, and if I wasn't sharing the screen, I'd be able to find when those were enacted, but I believe it's been at least 5-7 years. Yeah.
Okay, because, when I look at the increase of 2.74% over 22 years, I think that brings me to maybe a 3% increase and either 50 or 75% with the CPI, which is ever less. That's where I would like to start. And as far as the vacancy control cap, I kind of like Rohnert Park at none, or at the least, or at the most 5%.
And then Councilmember Healy.
Sure, I'll limit my comments to the rent increase cap now, and I know we'll come back to the other issues. I would, I think, follow Santa Rosa and do 4% or 70% of CPI. And the reason why I like the 70% of CPI is the issue I raised earlier, which is that Bay Area Consumer Price Index is generally going to be a lot higher than the federal Social Security annual CPI adjustments. And, and to Councilmember Cater-Thompson's point, if actually CPI comes in at 2.3%, then it would be the 70% of 2.3% rather than the 4%. So you do get the benefit of the lower actual CPI if that happens. So that I would follow Santa Rosa on the rent increase. Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle, comments?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for me is the 70%. I'm fine with the Santa Rosa. Like we'd have to see a CPI of, I'm just doing a little bit of math on my thing here. We'd have to see a CPI of 6% if we had a 70% of CPI, we'd have to see like 6 just to get above 4. So, which we haven't seen in the last 20 years. So I think we're like 4% is unlikely to happen, but I'd be game for 3% and or 70% of CPI.
Thanks. And Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, so I'm looking at the future, and given what we just had with the federal deficit arguments that's going on and the inflation that we got this year, I consider it very possible inflation, as we've seen in past decades or past situations, going back to the early 1900s or earlier, we could end up with inflation 5, 10, even 15%. I remember 15% CDs back in the 70s is what we had at that time. It was 12% inflation at that time. So the CPI would be like 12% for that in that year long ago. And I actually expect that to actually happen again. So it's and since we have had CPI at 2.7% over 20 years, the percent of CPI, whether it be 70, 80, or 100%, is not going to be a huge factor in the actual price. But the actual percent that we put the limit on, maximum, is much more important than the percent. And so I would actually allow 100% of CPI, given it's only 2.7% average, if that's the actual maximum on average, with some years many much lower. So yeah, so it's only 1%. Yeah, the landowner should get their 1% if it's just 1%, and not 70% of it. So I'd go with 100% of the CPI, assuming many years it'll be lower, but put the actual cap on it. Not 6%, but I'd say 5% would be reasonable. Like Ukiah has the 5%, that's reasonable. If you want to go down to 4%, that might also be reasonable
Okay.
on that one.
Thank you. And Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, I'd like to see stuff be a little more uniform among communities as possible, and so I'd be inclined to go with the Santa Rosa numbers of 4 and 70%.
Councilmember Now.
I agree with Councilmember Posake with it being uniform. So either Santa Rosa's numbers or our neighbor Runner Park, which is not too much different. It's only 5%. And if I had to go higher, Katati's right next door, but it seems 100%, which seems too high. So 70 to 75%.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, City Attorney, for next element of the conversation.
Can we wrap that one up?
Yes. So is there, it looks like there's, I think, a trend toward looking to the Santa Rosa example. Is that, am I hearing that right?
It did seem that, can I get kind of a head nod across here? It was 4%, 70, where everybody was kind of landing.
I mean, I'll support that. Do we want to float a more aggressive number and see? I would also support a more aggressive number.
Well, we did have 4 at 70 and 4% with two outliers on that, and I'm sorry, five on that 70%. So I think that's a head nod that we're in that area.
So it sounds like it's 4 and 70?
That is what the
majority? Okay.
The 5
Great.
nods were.
Thank you. And Dylan's already moved us forward on vacancy cap. And again, just to be clear, it's not an express provision, but the structural way the city's regulations work, it's only with respect to those two types of vacancies, from tenant relocation and from for cause terminations, that park owners are free to set. You heard about, we heard, and I think you heard about some parks who have a practice of resetting when they're able to the highest space or the average of the 3 highest spaces in the park. So that's our current situation. So when we say ours is none, it's really that's maybe not as clear as it could be. It's none with respect to those two types of vacancies, and otherwise it's not permitted to reset. So it's really not all that dissimilar to Roner Park. So we're looking for council direction with respect to that issue.
So we're saying the existing ordinance is none except for these case specifics?
That's correct. That's our existing.
So I'd like to invite Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, if that is, if, you know, if you and our attorneys agree that we basically are similar to Roanoke Park right now, I would not want to jump that up to 10% or something else. And I'd feel that would weaken our ordinance. And so I would leave this as it's stated with the way I'm understanding it. How many of the of the two types that would allow an increase, you know, with
Have we experienced?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Okay.
Karen, do we have any info? No,
I've heard
we
a
don't.
couple of people say they're rare. Okay.
We haven't, we get input from tenants sporadically, as you heard. It's, you know, it's a lot to ask that, and so we don't have information on that, and I don't doubt that it's not very frequent.
If we're going anywhere with this, I suppose I would be in favor of going to the Roanoke Park and have no increase.
Thank you.
So just to try and jump the track here quick, does anyone have a dissenting opinion to what Councilmember Posake has proposed? Councilmember Shrib.
Okay, I get concerned about the situations because my understanding is that especially lease agreements that have the rents that are in there over time are not the same across the board for each unit, and that some units have smaller properties and much smaller rents than larger properties. Land properties, sometimes double is what I've heard is possible. And also new units versus very old units could be very, very different, especially if the park owners decide to convert over from an old unit, remove it, put in a new unit entirely, whether things still apply or not. In those cases, if there's a whole new unit that has been put in its place by whoever, either the current owners or the folks who inherited it, whatever. So as things convert over. So if you do it at just the the average of the three top, if it's an old unit on half the property and get reestablished in a new rate based on the three largest properties with the nicest homes on it, that would not be quite fair. So it needs to be done more on a square foot basis of land or on equivalency rather than the top average of the top three, situation like that. And if it is a conversion, if there is a upgrade, if it's stable, if the housing unit has not changed and the property around it have not changed, yes, we should keep it the same. But if there's major improvements going on, can we allow 10% in those cases when large improvements are done in the transition from the old to the new? Making things uniform in this case, I'm not sure if that's fair across the board for every situation or whether we can modify it based on the various scenarios here.
So I think we have two differing directions on the floor, and I'd like to bring it back to Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Shrebs raises an interesting point that this is more complex than maybe it was presented as being. And, you know, you're going to have, within a single mobile home park, you're going to have a range of rents with different, for different reasons, older, newer, written agreements signed at different points in time. Maybe rather than just coming up with a % 0 or 10 or nothing, or no cap, we could say something to the effect that at a vacancy they could bring it up to the median of the existing rental rates in the park, and so for units that are already above the median, that would mean 0, and for units that are below median, it would mean a more substantial increase, which would seem to address everyone's issue here. I don't know if that's feasible, Mr. City Attorney.
Let me just ask, it's currently 0, except for certain exceptions. Are you suggesting to broaden the vacancy language?
I'd look for advice from staff on that.
Well, I think, you know, that's certainly, I think, a pretty clear requirement. To track it, we would need reporting on what the rents currently are, which I don't think we uniformly have, but but, you know, the onus could be on the park owners that want to reset the space. And we've talked about what the current regulation is in Petaluma. It's unrestricted resetting of spaces in two relatively narrow circumstances. Otherwise, it's not, park owners are not able to reset the space. So I don't know if my staff colleagues have any suggestions, but you know, it's really up to the council. Thanks.
I would just add that, like Eric said, it would require additional noticing for the city to be able to enforce and make sure that is the median rental income for a new base rent.
Councilmember Barnacle, any thought on this matter?
I'm not interested in weakening our ordinance.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
I'm fine with the Roanoke Park.
And Councilmember Now?
Well, I'm wondering if we can look at the ordinances of Roanoke Park, Vallejo, and Windsor and see how, because they have exceptions and they have a different, I don't know what you would call like Vallejo has quite a description. So I'm not sure how the 50% of the average price of a 2-bedroom home in Solano, how does that work in Petaluma? And then
Okay.
Windsor has accept in place transfers a 15% cap.
So those are rather different approaches.
Right.
All of them. So,
Right.
you know, unless the council wants to go with some version of those, I mean, those are all, well, Windsor really doesn't have, except for, when it says in place, does it really mean in park, Dylan?
I believe so, yes.
So Windsor
But
is
these are
just,
vacancies.
right, but I don't think Windsor's is as narrow, the circumstances are as narrow as ours, but we could check.
So does that mean that if they move from location to location within the park?
Correct.
Okay.
Otherwise, I mean, I think Dylan, what it's meant to say is that it's not really capped and the park owner's free to reset.
Yep.
So it's just in their case, it's a pretty narrow exception when there is a cap. And in our case, it's a pretty narrow exception when there isn't a cap.
In the
kind of-
Vallejo one, that is set by HCD. They have annual average costs for what they believe certain types of units are. So that's what Vallejo's is based on. And we could obviously do that for Sonoma County, not Solano County.
So it's like that's like the medium home price that Councilmember Healy was, is it the same idea?
No, it's different
No?
because it's based on a 2-bedroom. Does that mean a mobile home, Dylan, or just
Or a
a?
medium?
No, I checked the HCD, and this was a while ago, but I don't believe they had mobile home. I think it was a 2-bedroom unit.
So what's a little odd about that is it's really different. It's kind of apples to oranges because remember what's typically being rented is a ground lease. It's a
Right,
space and
right.
a pad, and so.
So it's a lot space.
It's not necessarily comparable to a 2-bedroom home on land. You know that the buyer would own.
Right.
So I'm not sure that that's I don't know what that looks like in terms of the actual numbers. Maybe it makes sense in Vallejo. I don't think it would make a lot of sense in Petaluma because I think it'll be a pretty big number and not much of a cap, right?
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm open to all suggestions.
Well,
The-
for myself on this one, I think we have the most restrictive right now with only allowing a couple outside exceptions, and I would like to keep it as the most restrictive in the area. And Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I just want to go back to what Councilmember Healy started all this with, which was that there's a safety valve for all of this. If there's a real hardship that we're creating, there's a safety valve that is available. So I would say keep what we have, and I would be in favor of closing the exceptions. But definitely, I don't want to change any part of it. You know, like, there's always a safety valve for this sort of thing. I don't see why and this is a very small number of cases too. So
Right.
we're, you know, probably spending more time and staff time talking about this than what we're going to create in any value for anyone.
Okay, Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, I was just going to further defend my initial recommendation in terms of what Councilmember Barnacle just said, in terms of there will be arbitration, you know, as a way to or at least there currently is. I guess we're going to come back to that additional thing. And
good
as
point.
well as the fact that at the arbitrations we have had that the landlords are never willing to share profit and loss. Thanks.
Okay. And do we have any other input on this? Do you feel like that's direction?
I do, if it's to keep it as it is, because that's what I'm hearing.
Let's bring that back in the form of an ordinance, and if the council can refine its thoughts at that
Okay.
time, we'll change at that time.
Okay.
What do we move to next?
Thank you, Dylan. So now we're looking at some procedural and other clarification kind of changes. Let's just take them in order. So the first one would be a requirement that park owners seeking arbitration would forward notice not only to the city and the affected tenants, but service providers that we specify. And the practical reason for that would be to the timing can be a little tight, and for you know, typically the park owners already have legal counsel on retainer or access to legal counsel. Typically the tenants do not, whether they're getting legal aid assistance or private counsel or whatever, and that way that process would start at the same time that arbitration is being sought. So that's that item.
So let me ask one question here. So there's an obligation for the park owner to report to the city any arbitration in the current ordinance?
It would be, well.
And we're extending it to?
They would have to provide the notice that they already do, which we would receive, but they'd also have to at the same time notice service providers,
So
like
this is,
say.
the ad is only the service
legal
providers, not
aid.
the city.
Right.
The city's already in.
Right. And
Councilmember Barnacle, would
PPSC.
you jump in on this one?
I'll just say I'm in favor of all these. I would like some clarification on the orange box, adding a meet and confer requirement before arbitration. Can you say why we'd want that?
It would require the parties to get together and discuss the proposed increase short of the arbitration. And it would, one of the things about arbitration is that the results are generally binding and not reviewable in court. That's one of the reasons why this whole mechanism, I think, was designed this way. Whereas in the parties are just meeting and conferring, they're just talking about things they presumably start out disagreeing about and may be able to reach agreement about. So it'll be an informal dispute resolution opportunity, lower cost, I would say, and informal. So that's the thought behind it. But
Ask a follow-up. What's the downside of not including that?
Of not including it, the downside of not including it would be it would not provide an informal dispute resolution opportunity. Because once the arbitration is noticed, it's really like going to court. There's a timetable starts.
But we're adding a requirement, but it still could happen right now, right? It's just
It
not
could
required process.
in lieu of it couldn't happen, or there probably wouldn't be time for it with automatic arbitration. We'd have to build it in, because that's a pretty tight timetable unless the arbitrator's granting continuances. And especially by the time you get legal counsel, especially if you're a tenant that doesn't already have, legal counsel. So that's what I would say. And I don't know, it may be that it's, I don't know how frequently that would successfully resolve disputes. Don't know. I don't think we have data on that, do we, Dylan, on
No, I mean, we
experiences
had
with that?
2 arbitrations since '94, but if it doesn't resolve it, hopefully it narrows some of the issues.
Great, I'm in favor of these, thanks.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I also support all 6 of these. I think they're improvements to what we have now. And on the meet and confer, the settlement conference addition, the great thing about settling a case is that each side controls their own fate. And once you arbitrate it, you're in the hands of an arbitrator, and you may get something you really wouldn't have agreed to. So I think these are all good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kader
I agree
Thompson?
also with
All
all
6?
6.
Okay. Councilmember Now?
Yes, I think they're great. And if it needs to be added to more definition with your meet and greet or meet and confer.
Yeah, all of these are stated here conceptually. We'd
Okay,
we'd need to
perfect.
provide them in actual,
Perfect.
regulatory language, but try to have it be as clear as possible to
I like that.
lay people, which is something Ingrid helps us with a lot, so,
Yeah, I agree.
thanks.
Councilman Posake?
All good.
Councilmember Shribs?
First, just a question on the one where provision that arbitration proceedings cannot be noticed for the month of December. Is there a reason for December to be listed as a no arbitration month?
Yes, and we saw this in the last arbitration. It was really difficult because of holiday schedules and things. It's harder to get arbitrators. It's maybe harder to get legal counsel if you don't already have them. And people may be away, planning on being away to visit. A lot of the parks are they're senior parks, and they may be visiting family and stuff. And so it was tough it's easier for the park owners to prepare if they're triggering arbitration. It was harder, I think, for the tenants to respond and access the resources they needed.
Good. And then the CPI index, if it's done annually, is that sort of comes out in December, and that's when things may happen?
Well, it comes out in about November.
November,
and
so that's when action might actually happen at the wrong time of year for the tenants.
It could.
So I just want to make sure
if it's
we're clear
right
on
away.
why that.
And notice too, we had, and we would, if this is the council's direction, we need safety valves. So if the park owners are able to demonstrate good cause that the arbitrator accepts, then that's what we're suggesting as a safety valve.
Okay, good. So for these 6 items, I would go with all 6.
Okay.
Those are good. But I might like to add a little comment on some of the things that we are doing here and what was said earlier about the controls, vacancy controls and the like. I just want to make a point of this, that we're affecting the rent for the property. But anytime we affect the rent of the property, the housing price is going to adjust equally in balance, because when folks buy in, so in the transfers. So in my mind, I think when the data was shown to us by the park owners, that when you have high rent, the prices of the houses are lower, but the average price per living probably going to be similar if we do the analysis. But the advantage is to the park owners, because at the high rent and low price, the park owners get to invest that money. The money is shifted toward the rent, and the park owners get advantage, versus low rent, higher prices for the homes that are bought, where the current homeowners get the advantage. However, the future homeowners, the young folks, get a disadvantage because they'll be going in a higher price house with maybe less maintained properties. So this all balances out. Whatever we do here, whatever we set is going to balance between rent and housing price. And so it's just a matter of shifting things. So as I said earlier, the number of folks we're impacting may be less than we think on this. But anyway, I just want to bring that up, that there is a balance that's going to happen.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, we saw the same information. However, I don't think we heard from, I mean, correct me, Steph, but I don't remember hearing from any tenants or tenant representatives concerns about mobile home purchase prices. The concerns we heard were about the rental costs. And
Right.
you know, and I think if it's true that rent control inflates the purchase costs of buying a mobile home unit that may be an older one, it seems like what's driving that is the desirability of rent control, right? Of rent control spaces. So the one thing that means is the desirability of rent control spaces for people coming into parks and staying in parks. So it's a
I was
little
just looking at the
complicated.
data provided by the park owner. There was data that was provided that sort of like, when I looked at it, that's what that indicated to me as I looked at the comparisons of the two. And I'd have to go through a deeper comparison to look at cost of mortgage combined with rent and see if that actually does balance out. And I'd be willing to, as I said, the banks are looking at this probably, and that when it turns over, those two will be balanced out to be equivalent. They'll just end up being, they'll be the same at the end.
Okay.
It's just a matter of changing the system, how the system operates.
Okay.
So
good.
ready for the next slide?
And I'm for all six as well.
Okay,
And
thank
the
you.
next slide, please.
Thank you, great. And let's, like the last time, why don't we take them together to be efficient instead of my more painstaking way? But unless the council wants to do it differently. So what these capture is trying to clarify the arbitrator's conclusions about permissible cost increase factors, particularly ones that may not benefit tenants at all, like just debt on purchase as opposed to debt for improvements. Because, you know, the park owners may have choices about how they structure the purchase. You know, and conceivably could be planning to want to pass that on without necessarily any benefits flowing with that to the tenants. And that latter, that second, the gray box there, would, I think, be implemented by clearly prohibiting attempts to recover the costs of seeking rent increases, because that would work kind of like an attorney's fees provision that would, you know, encourage that or make it painless to do that, and I don't think that's the purpose of the regulation. So happy to hear council's choice about that and questions and comments.
The other slide you had earlier detailed which costs, and I appreciated that the specific costs were mentioned, and I'm good with that. Councilmember Shribs, good? Pose okay? Now good. Cater Thompson,
I'm good.
Healy?
I think so, but I had one question for staff. Under the rubric of costs that don't benefit tenants, I think one of the issues in the Youngstown arbitration was they wanted to pass through basically a doubling of the park's property taxes because they had bought it at a much higher price than had been assessed for before. And I think that was one of the things that got denied, but I'm not exactly sure how it got denied. Hadn't gone back and looked at it. So would that kind of and I know the homeowners paid property taxes on their units, but the park is paying property taxes on the entire property. So
Right.
would that kind of a thing be swept in as well?
So I think here's how I'd like to answer that. When I read the ordinance, what I see is it lists a lot of considerations that the arbitrator can take into account and that park owners can raise. as to economics in the park that affect their ability to receive a reasonable rate, because their expenses can take a lot of different forms, capital, maintenance, et cetera, and I think it's a pretty comprehensive list. One of the things I thought the arbitrator was raising, was a very thoughtful arbitrator that was looking at policy things, and not just, in terms of, I think, wanting to implement the purposes of the city's regulations, and I think was raising the issue of, okay, that's all well and good, but what's the guidance to the arbitrator? And I think what would be good to provide some clarity about is how to apply those factors so that the park owners are able to earn a reasonable rate of return, as they're constitutionally, guaranteed to be able to do. So that, and they currently have the burden of showing that their increase is reasonable, but I think it should go to that it's necessary for them to receive a reasonable rate, or reasonably necessary for them to receive a reasonable rate, because that's the focus. So I think some clarity with respect in our regulations with respect to how the arbitrator applies those regulations with a view to that, because it could be that some arbitrators look at reasonableness of an increase divorced from the purposes of our regulations, and I think that's something that we can address lawfully.
Okay, so better to keep it more general.
I think it's good to keep the factors general, but have it be clear what the purpose, what the burden of the park owners is, and that is to show that it's an increase in excess of the cap is necessary for a reasonable rate, and demonstrate that.
Okay, then I'm fine with these. Thank you.
Thanks, because it could be taxes or whatever. Thanks.
Okay, I think we have that one, and let's move to the next one.
Thanks, Council. Thank you, Dylan. Okay, so 3 items being raised here, all to do with noticing. First is, and these are sort of pages out of the tenant protection regulations, requiring owners to make available the city's regulations, which can be easily done with links, and obviously we're responsible for those regulations, so that should be relatively easy. Requiring requiring owners to make available permitted caps under our regulations. I think those are almost one and the same, different focus. And the last is requiring noticing in English and Spanish, or if the space lease is in a different language in that language, it's unlikely that we have any others. But again, that's something that staff would be happy to provide, so that that's uniform, and that's what's addressed in this slide. Thanks.
Can I get a head nod that these are a consensus good idea? And I think we're ready to move on.
That would also harmonize with the tenant protections regulations. Thank you, Council. Some other amendments, 6 on this slide. We definitely recommend updating the findings and purpose so that the rational basis for the regulations is clear and also current in terms of the existing shortage of available housing, especially affordable housing. In Petaluma, there's lots of good facts, or not good facts, but anyway, accurate facts about the housing shortage in Petaluma. The middle top box is clarifying some definitions, like of housing services that in the regulations are intended to be ones that provide benefits to the tenants. So the top box on the right about requiring registration, I think we want to approach that carefully for the reasons of not having excessive staff impacts and administrative burdens on the city, but we're going to need sufficient information, as I think more than one of the speakers mentioned, so that we can ensure compliance with the city's regulations. So we'll need necessary information for that purpose. We talked about the banking, which is not really a substantive change, but I think helpful clarification from our perspective to make sure no one believes that that's permitted, and make sure it's clear it's not. And that middle one on the bottom, we also heard someone mentioning we need adequate tools to ensure compliance, and that's what that is intended to do. We'd want to refer to the potential for administrative or other kinds of enforcement of violations of the city's regulations. It's a little light on that in the existing regulations, and I think having gender neutral text is probably something the council doesn't have a hard time supporting. So happy to receive direction on these items.
Councilmember Barnacle?
I support all of them.
Support. I have a little concern on the Institute civil suits and, inserting the city into the center of things. And then with the registration, it's the same. We're taking on a newish role here, it would appear to me. And having not participated in the tenant protections, I'm unfamiliar whether this was already sorted. But those are my discomfort points, those two.
So I can address those briefly. What we're getting at here in terms of remedies is not the same as the private cause of action that the council created concerning with respect to the tenant protection regulations. This would just be a right for the city to seek an order to assure compliance. It wouldn't be a private right of action with attorney's fees, which can work as an incentive for legal challenges. But happy to address questions about that. And I think, Mr. Mayor, you're sensitive to the same things that I am, and that is not taking on, the housing. We do not have a huge housing department, and there's a lot of important work they're doing with respect to some of the other programs that, like continuum of care and affordable housing projects. Very busy folks. So I think the key is to have an efficient and minimally impacting information flow on park owners, on city staff, but that so we can do what the regulations, we can ensure the regulations are doing what they're supposed to do. And I don't have the specifics on that for you right now. We're working on that, but you'll be able to test that when we come back to you. We didn't want to presuppose council direction, rather deal at sort of the policy level like we've talked about. And then, you may have questions when we come back with the actual text. But that would be our objective.
I had, over and over, we've said that the arbitration is the safety valve, and these are additional safety valves. And so my comfort is with one safety valve. And do we have a comment from this end? Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so as one of the speakers mentioned, is about enforcement, and I think this is our required. What we really need to do is that it's on the onus of the landowners, park owners, to comply by telling us, the city, that you have to register, that there is going to be increases, and then having the city the ability to come back. So those are really important that we can implement and enforce, because otherwise it's not really worth doing. We need to be able to have that empowerment, and we just need to be able to have the staff, and hopefully with minimum effort in the future. It should be hopefully not so much, that as soon as we get cooperation and compliance from everyone. My main concern on this set is actually under the housing service area, because I can see a shift happening from land rental to fees. And fees would include all utilities, landscaping, improving the clubhouse, all of it get added on as fees and not rent to each of the dwellings as a housing service. And so how we need to be able to handle these potential gaps here, loopholes, where the landowners are going to say, okay, well, the rent's just for the rent for the mortgage of the whole property. That's all the rent does. Everything else has to be paid for, including all your landscaping, everything else. You fix your fence, you pay for it, type thing. So what may happen is from these services that are going to be required, if we're going to keep the rent low, there also needs to be a prevention of this backdoor fee basis, or they will no longer do things. We won't fix your fence. We won't do your landscaping anymore. We won't do this and this. So there needs to be requirements of maintenance and utilities that is also minimally requirements somehow in here. Otherwise, what I could see happening is deterioration and fee-based structures evolving into other things. So that's one of my concerns about as this evolves.
So we're pretty good about being alert to potential loopholes. That's one of the reasons why I like to keep this discussion flexible, so we can be sure about that. And then, so we'll certainly be attentive to that, and the council, as I said, can keep us honest by looking at what we bring back to you. It's a pretty, the regulatory scheme that governs mobile home parks is mostly state law, is pretty preemptive, and I believe there's maintenance and safety requirements and a lot of stuff there already, but we'll look at that to make sure that we're not creating a problem with respect to that. I think this is a pretty surgical thing that we're suggesting. Dylan, did you want to add or clarify?
No, I think what you just last said, I think the goal here is to include those services that the park owners are required to provide because of the mobile home safety law, the implied residence or implied habitability laws. So it would be including those to make sure that park owners wouldn't be able to charge fees for services that they are required to provide. But we are cognizant, Councilmember Shribs, of your concern, and we will work on addressing that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so is that all my internet price, phone price, and everything? I just noticed that my my internet price and my phone prices have gone up like double in the last few years. And so these things happen. And I can see charges, additional surcharges being added in and fees based on wherever they can. Even it was, oh, we'll help you maintain your house, we'll paint it for you, but they're going to get charged a huge amount. Loopholes, just like what's
Thank
going
you.
on. We just need
Okay.
to keep that reduced.
Councilmember Pozike, comment? Okay, Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I support all 6 of these.
Okay. Councilmember, thank you. So moving on.
Thank you, council.
That's it. And any other, suggestions, we're definitely open to hear.
Yeah, is there anything, comments that we have not heard yet? Councilmember Barnacle?
Just want to thank the members of the public who came and for being patient with the city. 1994 is a long time, and I hope this helps and give you some certainty. Thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Just to,
Wait. Hold on.
just on private agreements, Eric, on private agreements that are being floated, does that have to be written anywhere, that no private agreements? Or is it
Well-
2025, they're just going to have to follow state law and then our ordinance?
Yeah, I think, what we've recommended and what the council has supported is updates to the city's regulations that I think are adequate, will be adequate to the task
Okay.
of making the changes we've talked about for the reasons we talked about.
Okay.
So, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, just a comment. I want to thank everyone that did show up, made comments. One of the most important things, what someone said earlier, I want to be able to repeat. Now, some of my comments, I may say, oh, well, maybe Councilman Shribs is pro park owners type. Says, no, not. I'm trying to be transparent as to possibilities. And the number one goal here is what was stated earlier, that there's a concern where our elderly, which is mobile home parks, elderly, living on Social Security, become homeless. That is our number one issue we need to solve. And I think that's what we're trying to do up here. And that's what I'm all for here, up here. I know my mom was Social Security only and under rent control in Santa Monica. So I'm all about that and saving that as the main issue. So please don't construe the questions I ask and do that for transparency's sake. I'm all about helping you guys out, making sure you guys stay home. Thank you.
Thank you. And as this is one of the council's top 10 goals for this year, I'm really excited that staff has got this in front of us here and that we're making progress on it. So thank you for the great presentation and workshop tonight. And with that, we close this item. And not only do we close this item, but we're moving to adjournment. And tonight, we're adjourned in memory of John Cheney and his contributions to our community. Thank you very much, and good night.